Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampleville. This is that alternate Guinevere sculpt that I was talking about. This should be really fun, very different from the other one. Now of course that one sold at a duplicate, so I don't have a painted version of it, but you can see here. And of course the coloration was very different. Sorry there, Armored Wolf. Yeah, I was trying to give you the heads up on stuff. It's been a very strange day for sure. So you can kind of get an idea what the coloration was on the other one. So this is going to be a little bit different. And again, we're going to have some glowy stuff as well. Here's the bust version right here. Maybe we'll keep this one out so you can again kind of get a chance to see that. Right, Old Facts, how you doing? So, hey, is there Switchblade? If you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. So Mr. Cheshire, I tried the blue gray resin. That's definitely. Oh, it is so different from the red. You wouldn't think it was the same resin. Hey there, Zell. How you doing? So yeah, I'll fix again. If you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead and do that. There was some unfortunately catastrophic failures on both. One I just had to throw away because it was absolutely destroyed. The other one, I can use it because, well, there was a sword that I can use from another one. So now, actually, Mr. Cheshire, I did. I think it's showing up Monday. Is a thing of the blue, that clear blue resin. Now the red, I think they're almost out of the red. At least on Amazon, they're almost out of the red. But hopefully you're feeling better there, Mr. Cheshire, and nice to see you there, Ryan. So great to see you there, Ryan. I hope that things are okay. And like I said, I'll try to get you some of the songs and everything. There's a bunch of new things that I want to share with you and stuff. So great to see you there, Zell. I hope that post Adepticon everything is as right as rain. And of course, again, Switchblade, you want to share stuff in the chat? Please feel like you can do that. I was trying to film that video, and I found out that image to STL.com stuff does not work in Blender. Well, you have to go through all kinds of machinations. So, basically, I had to so that video didn't get completely filmed. That's another reason why this is later. Because, yeah, I was trying to film that video, and, well, if that hadn't been for that stupid thing, I would have been able to film the whole vid. But nope, that was not meant to be, unfortunately. So great to see you there. But, oh, you know what? I forgot to do this. Get on. Here we go. Now, again, for the Monday stream, we've got, well, Peleus Spellbrush here. That's our stream anniversary right there. And I also have printed out a very large version of CAD. We're going to try and do that with, well, Perling Crimson, some of the some of the interference colors, and of course, going to mix in some of the fabulous. Oh, what's that going to be? The iridescent proate and I'm not even going to bother getting the Williamsburg fluorescence. I mean, it makes no sense. I'd rather get more of that red resin. Yeah, yeah, Mr. Cheshire. If it comes down, that money is going towards more of that clear red resin because that seems to work very well. So Armored Wolf, I was trying out. Was that Cyber Galahad again, and that's kind of a test for it because it's got lots of fragile parts on it, and will the supports release kind of like Mordred and all of these bits right here, right? That seem to be so much stronger with that resin. Zell, I have no idea. I have not opened the box. I didn't want to open a box that because I'm working on the other stuff instead. I didn't want to open up a box, and that's how things definitely go missing for sure. Glad that you're having some fun with some bases there, and of course, hey Ryan, if you want to share stuff, there's more folks in the chat if you want to share some stuff. of course, it wouldn't matter, right, Zell? We can just, if anything, it would be things, snapped off of a base or something like that. That's not, that wouldn't be terribly ambitious to try and fix up, right? So yeah, that shouldn't be a big deal. Now I got in Dancer in Blue out here, but it's the Gamlin version. It is not the Richardson version because the Richardson version, of course, well, we'll double check. Of course, now I buried that one. Uh-huh. See that? Safflower. Now let's. Is this also too spelled differently? Uh, yeah. See that? Uh-huh. Look at it. No safflower oil in this. So that's why this is out here. No, and the paint already felt different. So Mr. Cheshire, you know how you were talking about and Ryan, how the everybody was talking about the alkyds. They just came out of the tube so much thicker and heavier. Well, that in Dancer in Blue from Gamblin, that was way different than say the Richardson stuff. And the Richardson stuff again, that's why they put the safflower oil in there for a couple of things. First of all, to save money. Second of all, that's you know what? Do I want to have a red lining on this thing? Well, let me scare up my references first here, because they're sitting over here. Nah, I'm gonna go with the. Well, we're gonna do some glazy stuff down in here though. Hey there, Horns fan, how you doing? Nice to see you there. Hex paint, unless you're fixing to eat it, it's no big deal. Now let's put it this way, hex paint. The resin that you're using in your printer is about 3,000 times more likely to do something to you than any cadmium is. I mean, unless you are going to spread that out like butter on top of an open wound or eat it, cadmium does nothing to you. Now, resin, on the other hand, like even this resin dust that's sitting on this file right here, that can get you. Cadmium in a tube ain't gonna get you. I know that may not do a whole lot of help there, or it might create a new phobia or something like that. But yeah, it is only dangerous unless you consume it. Whereas with the resin, you like right hex paint, you don't always get a choice. It can be the dust can go up in the air. It can get you in a whole bunch of different ways. So yeah, definitely don't worry about the cadmiums. Worry about all the other stuff. There you go. That's very reassuring, right, hex paint? Yeah, don't worry about that thing. Everything else is going to get you. It's kind of like living in Australia. Yep, everything's going to get you. Hex paint, there is a different quality to it. It is very opaque and it is very luminous. There's a reason why it's still around. That's because other artificial pigments can't do the same thing. They can kind of come close. They can sort of do certain things, but they are not the same. That's good, Mr. Cheshire. That is good. Now again, we're just doing a little bit of this, and then we're gonna do some dry brushy stuff over the top of it here. So, like Oldfax was saying, again, there is no comparison. Now, I mean, Windsor Yellow is on the surface. Where the heck is this? Is this it? Yeah. I mean, this sort of looks like a cadmium yellow light. It is not cadmium yellow light. I mean, even here you can see it's not opaque. Just like cobalt blue does things, well, I mean, again, there's a reason why it's expensive. Just like this. Is this? Oh, that's a Series 6. This is, look at this. This is even more expensive than cadmium. This Puro Orange is, it's about 15% more expensive than cadmium orange because it does things that cadmium orange can't do. Horns fan, depending on those injuries, Horns fan, and of course, so Horns fan, you know how in American sports it doesn't matter whether you lose by 100 points or 1 point, it just counts as losing. In Aussie rules, I don't know if you look at the standings, but score matters. And well, that's one of the reasons why the doggies didn't make the playoffs, is because while they had a good percentage, someone else had a better percentage, and that is score differential. Hey there, Camda. Great to see you. Great to see you there, Camda. So yeah, we're gonna be doing some glazy stuff over the top of this, just trying to do a little bit of dry brushy stuff going on here. So it is Gamlin and Danthrone instead of in Danthren, and we did a little quick check there, Camda, for sure. It's got no safflower oil again, whereas the Richardson version has safflower oil in it. Horns fan, they could fall further. They because that percentage there, Horns fan, they didn't have a great percentage to start with, even though they were 4-0. Their percentage was not all that spectacular. So let's put it this way, Horns fan. If let's say there's 10 teams that all have the exact same record, if the Bulldogs have the worst percentage of those 10 teams, even though they have the exact same record as the number one team, they'll be in 10th place. That's the one thing I've never understood, Horns fan. And of course, what's weird, Horns fan, is that you can clearly see that teams give up. It's like yeah, 1 minute they're losing by 30, next minute they're losing by 130, and that percentage means something. So I have no idea. You would think that the whole idea behind the percentage is to keep them from just shall we say, taking a little bit of a break at the end of a game. But yeah, you can lose out on a playoff spot there, Horns fan, by just being a little bit lazy in a fourth quarter or something like that of a game. You give up one or two extra goals or something like that. That might be the difference between you making the playoffs and not. And it's kind of funny, right, Horns fan, because obviously in college football, for the longest time, style points were a thing. And they always said in the NFL, there's no such thing as style points. Well, in Aussie rules football, style points are everything, which again is kind of weird. No. Let's do this first. Let's do this first. Oh, so we gotta get these out of the way there. All right. Looking for. Look at this. It's one of our bristle-free brushes. Again, most people would say that's a stick, but we know better. We certainly know better than that. I'm going to take these two together, and we are going to do some dry brushy stuff for some skin tones here, at least. A little something there. A little, you know what? I might, no. We're going to do this. Just a hand like that. Now let's get some of the, not Mars Yellow Deep, a little bit of the ombre there. That was just a little bit of Terra Rosa and a little bit of the not Radiant Violet there. It's something I've been doing a lot over the last several months here. I do it even more when I'm looking to do a glaze. Even more. Come on, there we are. Let's get some of that over here. Nice to see you there, Grey Wolf. So Grey Wolf, I thought for sure, didn't I already send you pictures of the Cyber Wapilia spell brush and CAD? I thought I did. I don't know, I guess I didn't. And again, this is a somewhat larger version, and then I sent you a picture of the gigantic one that I did. You know, I'm just going to go ahead and do this for now here. Hit you. Fine, we'll get the back of those like that. Now this over here is going to have some of the source light on it, so we'll just kind of leave that be. Now let's now again, here's some of that Windsor yellow, which again is not cadmium yellow. So again, Switchblade, you want to share some stuff in the chat. The Grey Wolf, if you want to share some of the Journeys in Middle Earth stuff, please go ahead. So great to see you there, Grey Wolf. And again, sorry I haven't been able to shoot you many messages. I wasn't joking. We're basically at pre-Adepticon insanity levels here. I mean, it's like Adepticon is still happening. Nice to see you there, Unhappy Dan. And of course, thanks for getting those, Unhappy Dan. And Unhappy Dan, if you wanted to share some Adepticon stuff in the chat, yeah, why don't you go ahead and do that? Yeah. Go ahead and share some stuff. If you got yourself some Adepticon pictures and all that good stuff. Oh boy, Hex Paint, oh gosh, I think there's a couple of folks that have utilized the Biazimuth like that. I couldn't tell you who, but I think a few folks have utilized the Biazimuth there. And they said that they liked. Actually, Camden, was that one that you were using? I wasn't sure. Landras, that maybe that's one you were using.
So say we all. So say we all.
Thanks a bunch there, Steve. I hope that you're doing well. And of course, happy Saturday. And of course, Hex Paint. Again, I've moved away from the cadmiums only because of the drying time. I mean, I'd still use them. I really like them. Let's see, was it the Biazimuth Vanadate Yellow? I could swear, Camden, that there was some kind of Biazimuth Yellow that you had liked, that you were using. So Mr. Cheshire, I've got to get another UPC backup, because I think there's a place where I could actually have the two old printers. So I could actually have the two old printers still working, still cranking stuff out. Actually, that's a little support that got stuck in the primer there. This happens every so often with these supports. They just kind of basically get stuck in the primer. So, Steven, I hope that you're doing well. And again, here was last night's. Yeah. So we redid the Nimue. Now it looks very different on this base. I gotta say, this looks massively different. I'm like, why does it look so different? This plinth base, I guess if you want to call it that, really makes it look different. I also changed up this here. I made these all the turquoise color, so that's different from the first one there. Thanks, Hacks. Appreciate that. See, so you do okay. I was thinking, Camda, that was something you were using. Nice to see you there, Night Whisper. Everybody, please give Night Whisper a follow. So, Night Whisper, Muse said it was a long drive back. I mean, it was a long, was it 15 and a half hours or something, Night Whisper, to get back? And of course, Night Whisper, if you want to share Adepticon stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Nice to see you there, Benny. So, Benny, I don't, the only in-person thing, well, I did do an in-person class at Adepticon this year, but the Patreon page has, well, close to 3,000 hours worth of tutorials. And where the heck, oh, here we go. Thanks, Hexpaint. here's the these are the two most recent tutorials right here. And I'm starting up a three-part tutorial. Let's see. Oh, here's another very recent one right here, which was this. Speaking of three-parters, this is a three-part tutorial on freehand right here. So yeah, Benny, that's the Patreon page. That's the place to go for all kinds of tutorials. Appreciate that, Hex Paint. Thank you so much. And everybody, check out the link that Night Whisper just posted. Yeah, so yeah, Benny, just check out the Patreon page because we got hundreds and hundreds of hours of tutorials. Actually, so Zal, did you want to post anything about Adepticon? Yeah, if you wanted to post some Adepticon stuff, I mean, go ahead, do that. Oh, and this was Thursday here, by the way. So that was the Thursday stream. There is a Cyber Excalibur there. Great to see you there, Rocket. Again, Benny, these are way more elaborate than anything you're gonna find on YouTube. Yeah, these are not YouTube tutorials. These are minimum of 2 hours each. And again, they're multi-part series. There's no speed ramping. There's no voiceovers. There's none of that. And also, too, there are files involved. Yes, you will be getting files as part of your Patreon pledge. I'm just been working on the supports for those, doing test prints for them. So those figures you saw, those three busts, well, the bust and two busts and a figure, those are all my own sculpts. Yeah, those you can't get those anywhere. The only place you can get those is from me, because well, I made those. So yeah, those are not something that you're gonna find on Mini Factory or anything like that. So we got the Endanthrin. We're going to combo that up with some indigo here for some really dark stuff here. Now that's fantastic. Rocket, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. So yeah, these are not your bog standard YouTube tutorials, that's for sure. YouTube tutorials are like 5 minutes long. It's just somebody not talking and going like this with a brush. That's what it seems like YouTube tutorials are. Yeah, no speed ramping, no voiceovers. And actually, I was filming the very first Blender tutorial today. Oof. Uh, Needless to say, I found out that the image to STL stuff, the hard way, I found out the image to STL stuff, Blender does not like that. I went to do a function, I was going to slice up something in Blender with it, and the whole thing turned black. I'm like, what the heck is going on here? And yeah, it turns out it does not like image to STL stuff. Yeah, Hex, it's very much like I said, they were going to be learn along videos. Oh, there's going to be a lot of learning going on. Uh-huh. Everybody's going to be learning stuff. So you can see how this is starting to get darker. Starting to get darker here. Also, too, we have the Army Painter series, where we're painting not just one, not just two, but upwards of 12, 13 figures in a whole series where we take it from basing all the way to completion. There's also terrain videos, basing videos. Oh, geez, I already passed my scene there. How to paint flats, how to make flats, how to sculpt, airbrush videos, how to paint photo backdrops. That's fantastic, Night Whisper. Now, I've been reprinting. I think I've got. Ooh, I think I did 10 more last night. So I'm almost I think I'm at like 22 or 23 reprinted gummies now. So we're getting there. We're getting there. So again, everybody please check out what Night Whisper posted there. Now everybody give Night Whisper a follow. So Night Whisper, here's hoping that the final parts of the house rebuilding go well, and you'll be able to enjoy some streaming time there. You're getting closer and closer to your streaming time there, Camda. I know that. It's not too far away when you're going to be back into the streaming stuff again. Here we go. Let's work in some more here. Like so. There we are. Let's see. Boy, Night Whisper, that is just that has taken a long, long, long time. The only reason I bring it up, Night Whisper, is that they were houses where I was sent in by myself to frame, drywall, plaster, and paint myself, like as in by myself. And it did not take like over a year to do all that. Now I know there was obviously rebuilding of things and well, inspections, right, Night Whisper. So I know there were, shall we say, there were complexities added. Yeah, I'm gonna roll with it here. I'm gonna just go ahead and roll with some of this here again. We got some of the Enchantress Blue out here. No, Hex Paint, that was back in the back way back in the day when the computer graphics studio that I was working for was put out of business by the personal computer. Yes, all overnight, all the technology they had was paperweights. Very expensive paperweights, like millions of dollars worth of paperweights, but nevertheless, they were paperweights. And even though I owned, what was it, 8% of the company, like as right, Cam, I don't do math, but 8% of zero still sounds like zero to me, which meant, well, we had to find something. And one of my teachers from the academy, he was starting up a home repair business. And, well, next thing you know, well, within about 6 months or so, I was lead carpenter. Let's welcome in the Litching Hour, who dares to enter our domain. How you doing there, Litching Hour? Everybody, please give Litching Hour a follow. Nice to see you there, Cookie Man. Hopefully everything is fabulous and great to see you there, Exotic Brothers. We're just underway here. Another one of our Cyber Thurians. This is the alternate version of Cyber Guinevere. So we only have the bust because we had to repaint the figure as well. Yeah, we did have a painted one of that. Again, it looks an awful lot like this right here. So again, a little bit different outfit here because this is a different Guinevere at a different stage in the story. Last night we did this. This is our Cyber Nimue bus, all part of our Cyber universe here, Cyber Arthurian universe. Yep, Night Whisper, that just overnight, it took him out. I mean, quite literally overnight. That was the end of him. And that would be a little bit why we're trying to master new technologies. Now, again, here are some more. This is all, again, part of our Cyber Arthurian universe. We have Cyber Galahad. That is Cyber Lady of Shalott there. You can see the mirror cracked. We also have ourselves, where's that? Oh, there's Mordred. And there's Arthur. we also have, again, we have plenty of figures of them too. Well, let's do, we don't get to do this very often. We don't get to do, here, let's move this out of the way. There's Mordred and there's Mom. There's Morgan Le Fay and Mordred. So again, all part of our Cyberthuria series. We've been having a blast with these, and oh, and we're also doing cyber versions of our Celtic goddesses. We did that on a very recent stream. Oh, there's the figure version of Lady of Shalott. Again, a little bit of freehand involved there. It looks like. Oh, and Liching Hour. Check this out. I think you've seen the some of the other Wapelius Spellbrush figs. Well, this is a Cyber Wapelius Spellbrush. We're gonna be painting that up on Monday. And his little buddy Cad. Actually, I printed a giant version of this on in FDM, kind of like a kind of like Toy Side. Yeah, Night Whisper. I had started working with this like literally right out of the academy. I mean, the interview was them as I was sitting there in the computer lab, and they just said, "Well, we're right down the street. You want to work there? Like next week after you're done with school." It's like, all right, cool, fine. That was the interview. That's the one and only interview I've ever had in my life. So Night was, or sorry, Glitching Hour. If you want to share some stuff in the chat, you know the deal. Please go ahead and do that, of course. So Hex Paint, initially everything more available to the patrons on the Patreon page, but we'll probably sell these. Not we won't go into what's that? My Mini Factory straight away. We'll probably just so Hex. Once I get all of these test prints down, because again, there's files that I'm still reworking. Like this is a test print. This has been printed once. Even this is only the second time that's been printed. So I want to make sure that these things actually can work. Some of them have worked fine right out of the gate. There's a reason why you haven't seen the Cyber Galahad figure, because I'm on like my fourth test print there. Thanks, Night Whisper. Appreciate that. So thank you so much there, Exotic Butter. Appreciate that. Yeah, we're in the very early stages here. We're working with oil paints. We actually got several different dark blues that we're using here. Several different dark blues. Again, once this sets, you can see how it's kind of almost looks sort of like it's dry there. That's when we can start going in and start doing all of our freehandy type stuff. Now, the first things that will be made available to the patrons will be things like these. Again, stuff like this, right? Because this was that 3-part tutorial, and I know this works because I've printed it out a couple of times. And also, again, this one here, and I know this one works because I've also printed this out a few times. So these were, again, these are subjects of tutorials on the Patreon page, so we'll make those available to the patrons first. Get you back over there, and of course, we haven't forgotten about these. Right, these are some other ones that we'll be making available. Our Trench Crusade busts there. So Hex Paint, just look up James Wapple on Patreon, and and I should come up. It shouldn't be too difficult to find me there. Just James Wapple on Patreon. No fancy name or something like that. It's just me. I don't even think it's Wapelius. It's literally just James Wapple on Patreon. So yep, Hex Paint. Now, unfortunately, I don't have the painting here. I used to have it a couple weeks ago. This is literally taken directly from one of my paintings. This is what started it all. Right here was this one. Again, because a lady that had gotten one of my Celtic drums from back in the 2D art days, well, she had a house fire. The drum did not survive the house fire, and she was asking if I could repaint the drum. And I said, well, I can't get those drums anymore, and I haven't painted a drum in like 20 something years. Then she asked if I could have a print for it. Well, I only recently got myself a high res large format printer, so at that time I couldn't print it either. But I did mention that I was going to be making STL files of a bas relief, and she was very excited about that. And I loved the bas relief, and I said, I wonder if I can make a bust out of it. So then I made a bust, and I liked the bust so much, then I made a figure, which was, do I have that here? No, I don't have the figure, but then I was decided to have some fun, and I made a cyber version of that Bridget, and I liked that so much that I decided to take all of my Arthurian paintings, of which there was, what, like 11? And then I turned those into the Cyber Arthurian universe. So Ryan, I'm not sure if you're still around. If you did you have a chance to share your stuff in chat? Same thing there, Camda. If you haven't had a chance to share it yet, go ahead. And there we go, Mr. Cheshire. Just and Armored Wolf posted a link to the YouTube channel there, and you got also a link to the Patreon page. So yeah, Mr. Cheshire, I believe I'll be able to have the two old printers still working. Now it's going to take a whole bunch of work, and I'm going to have to clear out a bunch of stuff in another room. But I think it might just be possible to have all the printers working at the same time. Because given what we're doing with all of this stuff here, I might need every single printer that I got working overtime. Everybody check out the Insta link that Cam just shared, also the one that Ryan just shared. So Ryan, I was looking into the copyright stuff. It seems like the name has to be copyrighted separately. I was kind of recommended, well, start with the name, but don't do anything with imagery or the miniatures or anything like that until I have like really good pictures of them, and they're pretty much, I don't want the word complete, but you want it to be as battle ready as possible. Because the most common mistake apparently is that people are too hasty. What do you know about that, Camden? They're too hasty. I'm not joking. I actually said the most common mistake that people do is that they just leap right into trying to copyright stuff, which means that they do it helter skelter, which means that, well, they're doing it. They're spending money multiple times for the same thing. Horns fan. In addition to all of the regular stuff, there's also all of the game tiles, right? Because there's all those hex tiles that I need to print out. Again, the whole idea is that the Cyber Theory thing would actually be a game that people could play, and I was hoping to make it one that they could also print out. Now, where's my? Fine, we'll go with this. Yep, Horns fan, you got the chess stuff going on. And also too, well, you're gonna love the video on the next this Blender tutorial, because the first 40 minutes of it, first 45 minutes of it is all the Starship stuff. So yeah, you'll be able to get to see the Starship stuff for the very first time. That is also something that I'm hoping to, well, obviously have available for the patrons, but that is something that you'll be seeing me painting up on stream. So I'm hoping that not this Monday, because that's streamiversary, but the Monday after that, I was hoping to be able to have at least one or two of the ships just put together. Nothing fancy, just a little something that I could print out and show off. That was a little combination of just some of the Alkyd burnt umber, and a little bit of the little bit of the Mars back. So I essentially made myself a Van Dyke Brown because I still haven't put the Williamsburg Van Dyke Brown out on the palette yet. And of course, again, Hex, we also, of course, we have the bas reliefs. It's kind of the trifecta. You have the bust, you have the bas relief, and you also have the figure. So there's our Merlin there. We also have a Merlin bust over here. So there's the Merlin bust there. Nice to see you again there, Mutu. I hope that you're doing well. So Horns fan, I don't know. Oh, what am I trying to say? Like it would be easier or more difficult depending on the game that you're trying to do. This one, I would say Horns fan was a little bit easier because I needed, okay, like an Avalon tile. I needed one for the round table. I needed basically regular tiles. I needed corrupted tiles. So there wasn't a lot. Now, some other things like, say, a map tile there. Horns fan. Obviously, you're going to need like 20 different kinds of terrain. But at least it's a way to start. So the Blender is the ultimate. That's where everything ends up, is in Blender. Now again, found out the hard way that image to STL, Blender does not like stuff made, and that's where we made our flats. So these things were made in image to STL. So if you want to alter these things, you are not doing it in Blender. Let's put it that way. That's fantastic. Mutu, I think you'll like them. I've been using those for years and years and years. Been using them for the longest time. And of course, well, we're working on several different things because we also have our regular. Let me see if I can pull this out here. There's that. There's that. We're working on a whole series of Celtic goddesses. Where did here it is. Let's see if we can get these in my hand. Well, looks like I can if I do this. So this is one of my favorite Celtic goddess paintings that I did back in the day. This is Arianrod. So we got the flat, or the bas relief, we have the figure, and we have the bust. So we're doing this for all of the Celtic goddesses. We have the Morrigan, we have Danu. Oh, she goes over here. We also are doing the same thing here for Branwen. So there's Branwen. Again, these are all just all based on my paintings that I did years ago when we're still doing the 2D art stuff. That's fantastic, Mutu. Very cool. Now I'm gonna start doing. Let's start doing some of the skin tone here because again, if I'm doing freehand out here, oh look at this. See that? See how that's not so shiny anymore? That is not quite so shiny anymore. Where the heck is my? Oh, here's the Morrigan. Oh, and also Arachne. That's right. We did we did the bas relief version of Arachne. We got the bust there. Now we also have the Morrigan. We have the bust of the Morrigan, and I've got working on a bas relief of that as well. And I also have again a cyber version of the Morrigan too, which is really, she's very scary looking. The cyber version of Morrigan. Oh my gosh, she is very scary looking. Some of the Naples yellow, some of our not Terra Rosa. Start putting some of that over here. Let's do the thing here. Probably still get some more of our blue glow on the face as well. You know what? I could see that only a little bit of the blue getting on there. Yeah, I could see just only a little bit. Again, Night Whisperer, was great to see you guys. Again, I hope it wasn't too hard getting back. I know that was one heck of a drive that you guys were looking at to get back. Nope, that's not how it works, Mood 2. I have a whole video on the Patreon page about that. Now, yeah, you're not doing that in Blender. Not at all. Blender is the final, that's where you do all of the final work. You have to build an armature first, and then you take the armature into Blender and do that kind of stuff. Yeah, there's no such thing as doing that. That is, that would be very nice. That unfortunately is in no reality on this planet. Who knows? Maybe one day. That day, I think, is still quite far away, though. Blender is definitely not very easy to use. That's for sure. Alright, so see, we're just, I think we're zoomed in as far as we can zoom in here. So again, you can just do a little bit of a Google search there, hex paint on armature, because it will mean different things with different types of sculpts. Now, back in the day when all miniatures were sculpted in green stuff, an armature could be, and Kathy and I have made many armatures out of paper clips. I mean, that literally has been, Kathy and I both made miniatures using paper clips as armatures. It's basically some kind of wireframe. Think of it as a skeleton there, hex paint. So yeah, think of it like a skeleton or Night Whisper. For those of us that have worked in the construction industry, think of it as well, steel studs was always my favorite. I did not like the wooden studs because, well, you'd spend an hour at Home Depot trying to find two that were straight. And they also weighed a ton, and you also needed a whole setup to cut them. I like the steel studs because, well, I could grab 100 of them. They would all be straight. They would not weigh very much. I could just drag them into the job site, and all I needed was my three clippers. I needed the right-facing one, the left-facing one, and the straight cutter. And my screwdriver and some screws, and I could drywall an entire, or frame out an entire house all by myself. Bingo. So you can see the face starts to take form. Now over here we still got a whole bunch of the glazy stuff. So we gotta just kind of wait on that. Don't be hasty. Don't be hasty. Let's do this. So essentially the critical thing is to have as much information as you can to start with, which again, having my paintings was very handy as far as a place to start. Because again, all the information was there, just had to essentially wrap it around a 3D object. Hornsfan, what's interesting is that even to this date, Hornsfan, that ability to do the home construction stuff has saved me thousands of dollars. So, you know, the last couple of years with all the floods in the summertime, remember the hydraulic cement, Hornsfan? And everybody else around here is spending thousands of dollars to have, you know, like U.S. waterproofing do their basements. You know, guess which guy is not having water, and guess which folks are, right, Raven Cat? Nice to see you there, Raven Cat. Happy, it's still a happy Saturday. My goodness. And I started later today than I wanted, and it's still a happy Saturday. So great to see you there, Raven Cat. And also my gutters. My gutters are the original gutters on the house from what, 1961? And my gutters are in better shape, arguably, than some people, their gutters were done like 15, 20 years ago. Now, do my look glorious? They do not necessarily look glorious because they're old, but they also function, which is more than can be said for some people's houses around here. Now, that's fantastic, Raven Cat. Actually, Raven Cat, if you wanted to share some of that in the chat, please go ahead. And let's see, Night Whisper, you had a chance to share your stuff, I believe, because people were really loving that. So yeah, Raven Cat, well, we've been working on a ton of new stuff here. Well, like our Cyber Arthurians here. So there we go, really starting to get the face going here. No problem there, Hex Paint. The pizza sounds fantastic. Now, I guess, now what kind of a crust are you doing on that, Hex? Yeah, what sort of a crust is going to go on that pizza? I mean, obviously toppings are important, but, is it going to be kind of a thicker crust, one of those kind of high baked crusts, or is it, going to be the what did you say, the thinner, crispier kind? Everybody check out that Discord link there that Raven Cat just shared. I thought I had that closed down. Apparently I did not. So we shall do that here before that gets too annoying. Then I have to get my references back. Okay, there. Now we're back to where we need to be. Ah, that's fantastic there, Hex. That is fantastic. Trying to lighten this up here too. Armored Wolf. Well, I was gonna say Armored Wolf. Well, wait a minute. We had it at Adepticon. No, we didn't. We had Maters, but we did not have Giordano's. Armored Wolf, I'll have to shoot me a message there, Armored Wolf, to remind me, because actually the neighbors next door, they asked the last time I had takeout or whatever, and I couldn't remember. She's like, you don't order takeout. I couldn't tell you when. I could not. I think maybe 2023 is probably the last time I did that. And that would be early 2023, probably pre-April. It might have been a year or two. Yeah. So yeah, that's been a long time since I had a chance to make a pizza for myself. And I have a feeling it's going to be a very long time still. Alright, so now we're starting to see some of our glowy stuff happening here. We're going to get some of that down over here now. Let's start to institute some glow. So Mr. Cheshire, yeah, I'm not going to have any time to mess around with it. Maybe not even until the middle portion of the week, because a lot of this stuff would have to go out to the garage, and I have to make room. Basically, I have to make room to destroy a room to make room for stuff from another room. That's fantastic there, Hex. This is a cuisine channel after all, right, Hex Paint? The recipes are most definitely desired. We love recipes here. Come on. There we go. And hopefully now all this starting to come about, starting to make sense. What we're doing here. Now maybe even more of this blue. Gonna go back to more of the manganese blue. There we go. There, that's better. Hey, Tifu, nice to see ya. Tifu, that is how I created not one, not two, not three, not four, but five different filming stations. It was a daisy chain of destruction and creation there, Tifu. Yeah, basically a couple areas had to be destroyed so that I could create one area. And then there's a certain point where you kind of just go straight to creation and there's less destruction. But yeah, when I was trying to make all the new filming areas, whew, that was quite a bit of destruction. Okay, we're just gonna have to let that set. Right, we have to let that have a chance to set. We also have to get the other side of our glowy stuff over here. And this is nowhere near the lightest light. I mean, this is not even close. We're just kind of hinting at what things are going to be light. Yep, Tifu, in order to create this potential new area for printing, I'll have to sacrifice the area that I use for spraying the terrain with the acrylic paints outside. Then I'll have to destroy the existing printing area to, well, rework that and put in the new stuff there. And then this room will have to be emptied out, destroyed, and then the old printers put in there. So yes, this right here, this is filming area prime. This is the number one filming area. Right behind me is filming area number two. And then downstairs there are three more filming areas. There is one for filming stuff like the airbrush videos and the really large stuff. There's another area that I use for filming, like the Army showcase videos. And then there's another area that I do all the rotating stuff that goes into the Army showcase vids. Technically, there's three filming areas in this room because I could also film there is a terrain table just to my behind me and to my left, so there could be games being streamed here actually. So technically, there's six. Technically, three in this room and three downstairs. And there might still be another one made. There might actually be one made out in the garage for even larger stuff like painted backdrops. And by painted backdrops, I mean like ones that are 6 feet long. Yeah, not the ones that I use in the photography booth here, which is 3 foot by 3 foot, so that ain't small. So Tifu, you could technically say that some of the kitchen and some of the bathroom doesn't have miniatures in it. Every other part of the house does. It's as close to 100% usage as possible. Wouldn't be surprised if you calculated all somewhere between 83 to 87% of the house is used for miniature related stuff. And by the house, I mean also the garage. I was telling the neighbor that, Should anything unbecoming happen to them, I would have to just kind of tear down their house, use a little bit of eminent domain, and I would have to construct a warehouse there. Needless to say, they're always on their guard because, again, even though I reassure them that their untimely end would not be at my hand, they for some reason don't believe me. Well, Tifu, the interesting thing is that 87% pays for the whole 100%. So without that, there would be well, there'd be nothing. So that's a little bit of a caveat, right, Tifu? Actually, Armored Wolf, didn't we say in Peoria that we were going to build tunnels between the houses? We wouldn't have to build very far here. Yeah, see, Armored Wolf, this is a better place to do it because we wouldn't have to dig as far. Yes, the houses are much closer together here. And of course, none of these have murder basements like the houses in Peoria do. Those murder basements are pretty darn creepy, that's for sure. Horns fan, they'll be the large scale ones. They'll be like, was it the terracotta soldiers, Horns fan? We'll print out giant FDM terracotta soldiers, and those will go. They'll guard the basement passageways. Yeah, that's how we're gonna guard the basement passageways is with giant FDM printed terracotta soldiers. Now, Armored Wolf, the place where we found the murder, that wasn't the duplex, right? That was another place. Was that at the duplex? Maybe the murder basement was the duplex. Oh yeah, yeah. I think I'm gonna get me a little bit of that over here too. A little bit like show. I think Horns fan. I forget which documentary where they actually showed the paint colors that they used, and they were well. Let's put it this way: they weren't skimping. They were using some cobalt violets, and they were using some pure oranges and some pearline crimsons on those. I mean, all kidding aside, Armored Wolf, that was now of course the way we went down there made it even more like a murder basement. I think the only light we had was the phone. That was literally the only light. It was straight out of that one commercial. Yep, Horns fan. They weren't just painted; they were garish. And of course, actually, I was just telling this to my family, Horns fan. The reason why all of the stuff, well, here and elsewhere is white marble, it's not because they were ignorant of that. They knew darn well that it was painted like that. But the guy that basically kind of set the standard, he did not like the garishly painted stuff. He thought the white marble was, he liked it better. So he basically said, oh no, it was all white marble. He knew that it was painted, and he lived in the 1700s. And all of the neoclassic type stuff that you see is all based on one guy that lived in the 1700s in his own private taste. Mr. Cheshire, I was thinking we need to have a full size Wapelia spell brush standing there. Maybe several. And I think so, Mr. Cheshire. I think we'll have to have like a dozen of them standing there. Adepticon won't mind storing them in the warehouse at all. Right, Mr. Cheshire. I'm sure that Hank will absolutely, he'll be 100% behind that. They'll just have to move some of that other stuff. That's all. We have to keep in mind what's important, right, Mr. Cheshire? I mean, hey, if there's that cardboard cutout of Damon, we have to have a full size FDM printed Wapilia spell brush. I guess Hornsfan, in the case of Lurtz, we'd have to make it probably about 6.5 feet tall, or maybe 7, or something like that. All kidding aside, Armored Wolf, it was like some kind of bizarre movie set. It really, really, really was. Now again, you can kind of see the glowy stuff that we're starting to establish here. I might let me see something here. I'm gonna get a little bit of the blue over on that side. I think so. I think we shall do that. But now that stuff's had a chance to set, we're gonna start doing some of our free handy stuff. Let's start to do some of that here. By the way, we're only 1 hour in. Yeah, 1 hour ago there was no paint on any of this. This last night, I think it was about 4.5 hours, maybe 4 and 3/4 hours on this right here. Mr. Cheshire, I think some of the display things, those might be showing up somewhere between like maybe as early as the 17th, somewhere between the 17th and 21st. Now, basically, the idea is to go vertical. These would be things that I could actually kind of stack one on top of the other. And I'm hoping they're also basically ones that I could collapse down too. That would be super, super helpful. Now we're going to get this going too. I'm just going to take a little bit of a side foray here into some of the hair, some of the lighter stuff in the hair. Super quick here. Yeah, we're still waiting on some of that to set up there, so we won't be doing too much. Now, I think Monday is when the blue resin is supposed to show up, and I believe it's basically like the red. I believe there's a red, there's a green, and there's a blue. And I'm really, really, really liking the red. There is one thing, and I don't know if you've noticed this, Armored Wolf, that I think if you get like any sudden exposure of like light to it, it actually zaps the red stuff. Now, I don't know if that happens to the bluish gray stuff, but again, I tried that for the first time last night. Also, too, is making a lot of weird, you could hear those kind of sucking sounds from the FEP there, too. So I don't know why the consistency of that is so different from, say, the red. Nice to see you there, Artemichael. Artemichael, like always, why don't you share some stuff in the chat? I know you got stuff you can share. And again, we're gonna start getting some of the gold stuff there. I just want to have a little bit of something on the hair here. Of course, I'm guessing that the Saturn is going to be very different with that same resin. Actually, no. Weren't you giving up? You were giving up inducements to the first place team, weren't you, Arda Michael? Uh, Hopefully, you at least made it difficult for him. Maybe not victorious, but at least difficult. Hmm. Man, you don't want to go too later in this here, because again, this is well, we can go way later with the glow up there. We can go a lot later than that. Much, much, much later. Now down here, it's fine because there's none of that glow from up there happening down here. Okay, we'll try that again. We can always come back with some of our darker stuff to some of the. Well, we'll make our own homemade Van Dyke Brown. Let's see. Yeah, let's work it this away. There we go. Getting some of the braids here. Taking some of that paint away. Yeah, I heard him. It's crazy that you were giving away that much. Unless he was keeping his roster artificially low, and that was the thing. That was the thing that people did once they kind of changed things over from what used to be the living rule book or whatever. It was very easy for people to kind of manipulate that roster, especially certain types of teams. Could again just kind of artificially keep that team value or team rating. Now it's team value, I guess. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Arda Michael just posted. Okay, so I think now we got some stuff on the hair. And we'll leave the rest of that be. Now let's start doing some of our Goldilocks stuff here. Let's do this. Lots of filigree. Lots and lots of filigree here. It's going to very much change how this looks for sure once we have all of this stuff in place. And this is nowhere near our lightest yellowish gold here. We're going to certainly go also shade a little bit darker too. We got all aspects of that that's going to happen. Get this going this way here. You know what? Well, that was a little bit more the umber than I was looking. You know, I'm gonna chuck in some of the Terra Rosa. That's how it's going to be, especially down here. And again, don't mind if the blue mixes in there because, well, that is going to darken it. It's also going to make it look more appropriate for a filigree that's down in the shadow area, of course. Up and over. bunch of our gold stuff over here, like so. Lots of it. Carry this down. Now, Armored Wolf, well, that's the house, the multi-story house too. That's yeah, that's not Alberto's. That's Jose, Delilah, and Minerva's house there on the other side. Uh, Technically, what we should probably do then, Armored Wolf, is use this place as storage and live in the snazzy. Well, actually, it's not quite so snazzy. What's hilarious again is that that addition, so that the top of that house was that's like only 20 something years old, not even, and that roof is in not good shape. There's all kinds of leakage going on with that roof. They had to have the gutters redone, the windows redone. So yeah, this old house, because of well, between first it was my brother and then me, we've been able to keep this old house a going for quite some time. I guess you could say it might have even started even earlier than that, when again that first art show, when I was 13 and my dad and I were furiously trying to with that nasty old miter box, trying to make as many frames as we could. I swear, to this day, I still use stuff like illustration board as a painting surface because when I was a kid, masonite was not only more economical, it was also way easier to frame. So yeah, everybody else was painting on canvases. As a kid, I was painting on masonite. And guess what I was just doing? What, yesterday? I was chopping up pieces of illustration board to create 8 by 10 paintings. Because, oh yeah, that's right, we're making Cyber paintings now, too. Actually, well, let's see. I don't think those are going to be fitting on camera, so I don't think you'll be seeing Cyber paintings on stream, but hopefully maybe in some videos. Hex paint, that's what was very interesting. I'm the youngest of 7. All the rest of the siblings played multiple instruments, and by multiple instruments, I mean one of them played 21 instruments and wrote symphonies in 4 languages. My mom was a music teacher. Again, multiple siblings. They were either in concert bands or marching bands or whatever. I was in none of those things, but I was also the only one that did this. For the longest time, I thought I was adopted because I did not do the didn't do the music. I understood music. I could quite literally draw the music. I could not play the music. When I had to copy by hand my brother's orchestra score, the people that were playing from the handwritten stuff that I did, they said that it was like some of the easiest to read orchestra score stuff ever, because it looked like it was orchestra music painted on the page. Unfortunately, Hex Paint, they were not here long before that first miniature was ever painted. I mean, the first true miniature painted was back in what, 2001, 2002 ish. Yeah, they were not here. They were long gone. Again, when you're the youngest of seven, and both of your parents were born in the 1920s, they weren't going to be around a whole lot of the 2000s there. Let's get some more disc going. And again, we're using some of that not Mars Yellow Deep because that's got that opacity. So again, not don't necessarily need things like your cadmiums to get opacity. There are other ways to get opacity. Now, of course, we have to give the shout out there to a couple of my high school teachers because they insisted that I go to the American Academy of Art and not to a regular 4 year college. And that was like a 2.5 year fight with my mom. So we have to shout out them for making that possible. Because if there's no academy, there's no basically learning all the skills that I still use to this day, that I still teach to this day. There's no computer graphics studio downtown. Then there's no construction stuff. There's also no sci-fi art shows. And then, well, you're listening to somebody else besides me. You're not listening to me right now. Because I wouldn't be doing this. Also, I think it was, 11 or something like that when my brother gave me that first computer. And we certainly were trying to do things with it that just were definitely pushing the limits of what was possible with computers back in the day. And, well, guess what? We're doing that to this very day. So you can see that blue is still mixing there. Still mixing there. And that's what we want. That's what we want to see. Yeah, this gold right here can get a whole lot lighter than this. I mean, this is not even the start of making our gold lighter here. This is basically a dark middle tone as far as our gold is concerned. Let's do this. There we go. There you go. Starting to see a flow to all of our free handy type stuff. I'm gonna steal a little smidge there of that Windsor yellow. Gotta get some of that here too. Here we are. And again, as we like to say, if you are a Wample, achievement is not suggested, it's kind of required. It will be facilitated. You're not going to be left on your own or anything like that. Many sacrifices will be made to make that possible, but you gotta choose yourself a path, and then you gotta stick to that path. That's kind of part of the deal. Oh yeah, yeah. Let's get some of that over here. And then we gotta get a bunch of this. There's a bunch of this that goes on, of course, the back of the cloak over here. That's gonna be more like a more of a glowing element there. Not gonna do quite so much cybery stuff now. Lancelot on his cloak I was gonna do a sort of like a cyber dragon on the back of his cloak. Let me see. Figure-wise, we're still gonna be painting up Arthur, Lancelot, the alternate version of the Green Knight, the one with the axe. And yeah, the Galahad, and of course Lancelot, and that one Merlin too. Yeah, we're working on a figure version of Merlin. And you go here, up and over, and then around. More filigree. Hey, well, Night Whisper, glad you could join here. Appreciate you being. And again, Night Whisper, I'm glad that things are kind of finally entering that final phase. I know you're especially glad they're entering the final phase, right, Night Whisper? But again, it was great to see you there. Glad that you could have some fun and get back all safe and sound. Now uh, I know with my brother Frank, I helped him illustrate one of his. It was a book on the temporal mandibular joint. I remember illustrating that for him. That was interesting. Illustrating a medical guide. That is not something that I probably would have expected I would be doing. I had to learn an awful lot to be able to make that particular medical guide. I mean, it wasn't super long. It was maybe 15, 20 pages tops. And it was really more about exercises as opposed to a deep dive into the actual structure of the joint and the ligaments and cartilages associated with it. And of course, that tiny little bone. That is your TMJ. If people knew how fragile, actually, that's the one that gets broken. If you get hit or something like that, the TMJ, that is the thing that gets broken because it's very easy to do that. Again, trying to get me some nice little filigree over here. Gee whiz, I keep forgetting to. I know, and it's on this very computer somehow. It's on this very computer. It was either my fifth or seventh grade science project where I've got the HR diagram all done in pastels. Oh no, well crayons. I mean basically like oil pastels. That was super fun. I still have the HR diagram memorized. Again, doing lots of fun little filigrees here. Can only go so high though because, well, there's that. So this is probably as high as we go with our filigree here. At some point, I will try to make that a screen for when we're doing, well, some of our little sci-fi, or sorry, our astronomy lessons here. Right, with cloudy things and cratery things and cloudy bits and stuff. Yeah, when we get back to our spacescapes. Another. Maybe we'll go that way. So let me see if we can mirror this. That would be right around here. Further this way, yeah, because we got this indent right here, so that would be overly over here. Something like that. So it looks like we're 90 minutes in here. We're already starting to take our deep dive into the freehands, like you do. Thanks, Armor Wolf. Appreciate posting again the links to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Actually, that's got to go this way. Wow, look at that. That's really that was super complex. Yeah. It's like, oh, that went the wrong direction. We'll make a change. That was helpful. Because, yeah, that was not quite going the way, and that, you see, even that's the wrong direction. We need that to curl this way from down here. This is really going to make it, when we get to the, to our lighter stuff, man, this gold's going to really transform. Ah, there we got it. And now this is just curl. There we are. Didn't quite have the right curl on that. Now we got this stuff over here. Got some more of our filigree, and then we got this over here. Wow, look at that. You can see how that blue is set. Now, of course, this blue is not going to set as fast as it normally would because we have the Endanthrin blue out here. So now, of course, I think that's going to dry way quicker than the Endanthrin blue with all the safflower oil in it. And again, the richest in paint got safflower oil in it. Whereas the Gamlin does not have the safflower oil. It's just linseed oil, and there's a big textural difference. And I think it's also, again, a big difference in drying time as well. Come on, there we go. We got all kinds of concentric loops attaching to each other, that sort of thing. Still doing some more. Then, boy, it's so much darker than it's ultimately going to be. Nah, gonna change that up. Change that around. Yeah, more like that. Up and around here. So right now, this yellow that I'm using, I don't know, that's perhaps a value 4. I mean, it seems lighter because it's going up against the blue. I mean, here, we'll show you this so you see in the center of the palette, we got that white there. That's it next. I mean, it is clearly much darker. that another little bit there, and I think there, another little flourish here, and I think that's gotten that all pretty much taken care of now. Boom. Yeah, you can see there's look at all that blue in that brush. I was not joking. I was not joking about look at this. That just turned green. So guess what? I'm gonna grab me some Rosa. Now it's kind of like well brown again. Green and red makes a brown. Turns that frown upside down. I'll swing back around to here. Again, some filigree that's gold here because again it's that light is blocked. More filigree here. Some under there. That's gonna actually get maybe more of the blue also, I think. Now, before I do anything else on that, we're gonna try to, I think, finalize everything up here on the head. Because again, if I gotta stick my hand on this, right, we're gonna just be removing paint. So one of these two is the brush we're gonna need. I'm gonna start out. Let me get this our light broken down. Oh, you know, I'm gonna chuck me a little bit thinner on that. Also there and there. I believe we got the right brush here. Now we can finally get to the lightest blue stuff here on the face. From our source, they're a little too raggedy there. Let's get rid of some of that. Hex paint, oh boy, somebody's got to remind me of that. Actually, hex paint, I need to make a sticker of that. Now, of course, oh, do I have it here? Yes, I do. Yeah. Now it's hard to see, but see those little guys there? We're gonna make figures out of them. They're gonna be called the Alkids. Yeah, I still gotta make a figure of this guy too, but yeah, the little Alkids. We're gonna make those also flaming chainsaws, but I think we need to make a sticker there, hex paint for the Alkid Alliance. That sounds like a really good idea to me. So I think we'll have to make that happen there, hex paint. I like the idea of the Alkid Alliance. So we'll try to make that happen too. But yeah, Recoil made that years ago when we mentioned that life is like juggling flaming chainsaws, and then Recoil made that image. Now of course, linseed oil is in alkids as well. But I know there's some folks that again they Mr. Cheshire was in that class, and Ryan was in that class too. And there were some folks that were just they were not expecting the alkyds to have the kind of texture that they did and the consistency that they did. It was very, very, very different from regular oil paints. So yeah, we'll have to certainly make a sticker to represent the alkyds. I think that would be super fun. Let me get that over the top here. Now, let me see if I can. Let me do the darker stuff in the eye first here. Let's do that first. Also here. Okay, we're getting there. I think we got it now. And again, doing all of this here first because, again, if I gotta stick my hand on the end of the cloth here, something like that, it doesn't make a whole bunch of sense to try and render a bunch of things only to have it wiped out by me sticking my finger on it. Makes no sense. Also, darken down the ellipses there, and then we'll get the kind of like the skin tone side of things there. Here, let me grab my Prussian blue. Now we'll get the try to rebuild the light in the eye here further back. Some more. Perhaps even get a little bit more of the bluish light there. Let me hit some of this. Yeah, that's too much thinner. We're gonna just get some more paint mixed in there. Some of our blue should be cast on this as well, because reasons. Some more of our lighter blue here too. And again, we could still go lighter than this. Still make it lighter. We're also going to be bringing in some darks too, but we need to let all this have a chance to set first. Down here. Still further down here. So this is kind of like what the actual. We should do a film noir. That would show just how dark the yellow actually is. I mean, the reason why we're mostly seeing is it's slightly lighter, but it's also yellow as opposed to, say, blue. It's the only non-cool color that you're really seeing for the most part. Yeah, so that pretty much became a thing, right, Camda? As soon as the Paul Rubens kind of did a little bit of a Prussian blue there, Camda. Yeah, they sort of Kool-Aid. They did the Kool-Aid man on the palette there, didn't they? Catch it. No, no, no. Let me really drop that on here. Nope. Even maybe a little more. Gonna deposit some of it there and now try again. There, oh, there we go. I think we have it there on that side of the face. Nah, let me grab some of you. Micro blending brush time. Like micro blending brush there. I mean, they were super new, Camda. When I brought them to Adepticon, Camda, they were still like in the original boxes. I was able to kind of I don't want to say repackage them, but kind of pack them back up again in that box. Yeah, that's how new they were at that time. Now let me do some of this. Because we got all the cyber bits to do here. Let me get some of my green in there now. Ooh, not that. Well, it's actually not too bad. No, no, more of this. Okay, and I'm mostly again looking at my painted example here. So not going to be quite as much of the cybernetics on this version of Guinevere here. Get some of that green, some of the more of the green. Nice to see you there, Unhinged Pharaoh. Appreciate you being here. So happy Saturday there, Unhinged Pharaoh. Of course, I hope everything is going fantastic. And again, appreciate you being here, of course. Me too. Can some of that there. And another bit that comes out like so. Geez, Horns fan, this is this might be as long as you've been able to catch a stream there. So appreciate you being here, Horns fan. So thanks a bunch, Horns fan. Have a good one. Well, and Horns fan, now again, the stream anniversary is supposed to be Monday. I don't know exactly when that would start. I'm hoping for at least a slightly earlier time. This one was what 10:30 or so, which actually makes it one of the earlier streams. Obviously, 10 was what I was shooting for. I will try for the same kind of thing for Monday there, Horns fan. Again, don't know if that's going to happen. But again, I'll try to get as close to that as I can. But appreciate you being here, of course. And take care there, Horns fan. Now, Unhinged, I hope that you got, I'm sure you got lots of fun things that you can paint. You know what? I'm going to unleash maybe a little bit here of the, little bit of our not radiant green. Oh, okay, that's a big old chunk of stuff there. But we need to get some, there we go, some of our diodes on here, don't we? one there. There we go. More of that in here. Down in there too. Again, in the kind of in the shadow. It's almost like on the night side of Earth, you see all of the lights and everything, the cities. It's kind of something what I'm trying to do over here. Oh, unhinged. That sounds good. And of course, unhinged. You want to share. If you want to share any of the Corvus Belly stuff there, please go ahead. It's crazy unhinged Pharaoh that again the first stuff that we painted War Crow stuff before we painted Infinity stuff. Ultimately, definitely ended up painting way more Infinity stuff than War Crow stuff back in the day. But yeah, there was War Crow stuff. Let me see if I can't. There we are. Now on these guys. Oh, good. That's so hilarious that the most of my manganese blue ended up by the Indian yellow there. That is crazy. How's about we welcome Daddy Kel to our domain? Either Daddy Kel, is this? I think it's 3 streams in a row, right, Daddy Kelt? Everybody, please give Daddy Kelt a follow. So, Daddy Kelt, as promised, we're doing the alternate version of Cyber Guinevere. So, very different from, again, this is kind of later in the story Guinevere here. Let's see, 1 hour and 52 minutes. This was just basically some slate primer. And oh, here we go. This was last night's stream. There's your Lady of the Lake there. A little bit of Nimue going on. And now we're trying to add, again, now some of the cybernetics in there. We're trying to do some of the stuff here on the crown. Starting to bring out some of these, again, not necessarily gemstones, but some kind of glowing things there. So again, everybody please give Daddy Kilt a follow. And of course, Daddy Kilt, I know I think you got some Discord links, right? You got some Discord links you can share. Go ahead, do that. That would be spectacular. Come on, there we are. And now also in there, we're going to tone some of the light down. All right. And again, that is going to be much, 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 much brighter. Not quite right now, but it certainly will be. And I appreciate that raid. I'm sure that the stream was super fun. Hopefully you got a whole bunch of things progressed on that stream as well. You know what? I'm gonna go straight. Here we go. Let's go with some of the indigo mixed with the enchanter. Really, let's go. Let's do some dark stuffs here. Let's go super dark there. Ah, that's fantastic. Now, Daddy Kelt, I guess with your timeline there, how is your timeline looking? Hopefully not one of those mad dashes or something like that. Maybe do this right here. Up and over we go. Get some dark in here too. Definitely under here. Well, here's hoping that it's something you can enjoy. That you don't have to, be so aware of time and rushing around on it. You want to be able to enjoy the project too. And we gotta get super darks in some of these places here. Wait a minute, let me get this going here. Just trying to get my reference back. Almost there. Okay. That's better. We're going to get some more of this dark in here. Yeah, even in the hair. Yep, some of that in the hair. Gotta do some separation over here. Certainly we'll need some of our darkest dark there. Again, that's indigo, some of the enchanthrin blue. Actually, neither one of those is alkyds. So that's the first entire combo of non-alkyd there. Starting to drop in some dark here into the hair, but this is again that blue. Even though it's brown hair, it's gonna have the blue there because of, well, the source light. I mean, why would that not have quite the impact on the shadow color of the hair? I think it is now time to take you and really start doing some very light stuff with our light here. Boy, I'm looking forward to getting back to the brilliant yellow pale hex paint. It's been a long time. Uh, that was almost, I don't want to say it was a substitute for white, but I used the brilliant yellow pale almost like a white an awful lot. That combined with whatchamacallit, Terra Rosa for skinny tones, and combined with indigo for things like moonlight and such. Really did like the brilliant yellow pale. Now that didn't go where that was supposed to, so we're just gonna effectively erase that like we do. Now let's see if we can't find ourselves some light areas on this spell effect right here. It's a little raggedy. We gotta break this down some more. A little bit more up right in here. Let's get that around in here. Around these ends. Start to work that in down here too. Might also probably do another little mix of the manganese blue with some of this to get somewhere in between this lightest light and some of the dark there. Nah, that's not quite what we want. Well, look, now we got it by default. There, we saved ourselves the hassle. Didn't quite go where we wanted it to. No problemo. Yeah, oh, look at that. We just hit hour number 2. And 2 hours ago, this was just some primer and nothing else. So, again, this is why we didn't put a whole lot of effort into painting the stuff over here. There's still more of the yellow to do, I guess, but this has to happen first. We definitely need the really light stuff to happen here before we, again, mess around with any of this stuff. Now I just grabbed a more beat up version of the. So I say these when we always say when they're not when they get retired from frontline service, they become a glorified pinline wash brush or a glorified ultra micro blending brush, because those are tasks that are very rough on the liner brush. So that's why we tend to use again one that's been around a while, seen a lot of action. That way. So here. Get another little bit of light in that interior of that too. That needs to be lighter for sure. This needs to be a whole bunch lighter here. Along the arm and shoulder, I'm guessing, and also on the face too. But this is actually kind of closer to the light source right here, so we need to hit this a little more, reinforce some of this. Nope, it is just pieces of parchment paper, and they're about 5 by 7. That's just it, pieces of parchment paper, chuck them in the garbage afterwards. Oh, look at this, there's the one from last night, gotta chuck that in the garbage. Forgot all about doing that. And the thing is, that it is not oriented the way you see it on the palette. It's actually oriented this way. You see it like this. Yeah, you see it like this. I see it like this. Yeah, that's how I see it. Because that's how it actually is. It's actually vertical. It is not horizontal. Now, in the case of, say, something like Egyptian violet or those super slow drying colors, those I'll salvage. If there's any left, I'll salvage those, put them on the palette the next day or stream or whatever. In the case of the alkyds, they pretty much, well, they're a lost cause. They just go in the garbage because they're pretty much already dry. No fancy wet palettes, no fancy glass palettes. It's just basically parchment paper. There's pretty much no fancy anything. I guess maybe some of the paints get fancy because you could say they're pure orange and pearline crimson and cobalt teal bluish. Those are snazzy. But other than that, snazzy supply is not really a part of existence here. Oh, let me do this. because much more of the whatever the finances is tied up in production, as in getting a whole ton of resins and filaments and, well, replacement stuff. One thing I won't have to do anymore is Patreons. Definitely going to be moving away from other Patreons now that I can just, well, do my own stuff. That would be never, Camda. That would be never. In art school days, it was a huge surprise. It was a piece of masonite. When I was a kid, I think it was also a piece of masonite. So yeah, that's about all I've ever used is either a piece of masonite or a piece of parchment paper. And again, it doesn't have to be a massive difference. The whole thick over thin, it doesn't have to be one is basically a pin line wash and the other one is right out of the tube. Sometimes there's little, maybe a say 10% difference in the amount of thinner, or it could just be that one's more of a dry brush. That also can make a big, big difference. So the benefit of the parchment paper, I mean, aside from cost and just chucking in the garbage when you don't need it anymore, is the fact that it also absorbs any kind of excess oil because, well, it's also attached to a piece of cardboard. I think that's another reason why some folks they end up with, say, an excess of things like safflower and linseed oil, because they've got that's just all sitting on a non-absorbent surface. I'm gonna maybe I need a little bit of the blue in here for what we're doing down in this area here. Yeah, and a little bit of the blue down, and maybe even some there too. And then some here. Yeah, not necessarily the, don't want it to be too light. No, that would be in shadow from the light here. Maybe I'll find a little more of the light in there. Now we gotta also get the, no, let's get out that all cleaned out. Now, as I did get the, whatchamacallit, the, those plastic trays for all of the gardens. Oh, geez, that's the other thing I gotta do tomorrow is get those plants planted, or the seeds anyways. Gotta get those seeds planted. Because we're growing the garden from seed once again. Okay, I think we're getting there now. And well, again, Cam, I hope that you have a blast on stream. And again, Cam, if you wanted to share that fabulous Medusa there with all of the verdigris and all that kind of stuff. I know you shared that a while ago. Me. No, 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 no. I'm going to go back to this. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Camda just shared again with the fabulous Medusa there. Let me do a little bit more light there on the shoulder. Nice to see you there, Uber Yeti. So Uber Yeti, why don't you do the share thing? I know you got stuffs to share, and well, hopefully you're kind of back up to production mode there, Uber Yeti. I know you were saying there was a little bit of a pause in production. Hopefully you got that kind of ramped back up again. So great to see you there, Uber Yeti. Let me see. So Tifu, there's a whole bunch of. Oh, do I have? Let's see. I could swear. Here he is. This is one. This was an army painting series, and there's a lot of interference colors in there. You can kind of see how they're kind of changing. Oh, and here too. More. Look at that. That's the interference violet, interference green on the little spores or whatever there. So that's certainly one of them. And of course, a lot of the non-metallic or the true metallic videos there. So yeah, Tifu, if you just look for TMM stuff, you're going to see them there. Also, actually, some of these streams right here, there was definitely some of the interference colors used on those as well. Here's hoping that you can get things right the ship there, Uber Yeti, and get that ship sailing at close hauled for sure. Get those sails unfurled and just make lots of progress. So yeah, there's a couple of army painting series where we were utilizing the interference colors, but the bugs there, that's when they were very, very, very much utilized. That was series 42 or something like that. Might have been series 42. That didn't go where that was supposed to. Not a probs. There, we'll just do that. No problem there, Uber Yeti. Yeah, I know it's kind of frustrating. You're wanting to kind of get things going again, and there's some elements there that aren't not exactly controllable, influencing events. That is no fun. Oh, yep, some of the blue got to get over here, but it cannot be too late. So we're gonna start bringing down some of the sky blue here. Again, this is the Paul Rubens sky blue. In you go. Now some over there. There. Not now. I feel like some of that has carried down to the hair. And then that's about it. That's about it. Okay, now let's start to play around with some of these golds here. I think. I'm gonna take you over here. Well, that's got a whole bunch of green in it. I think I know where this will go in. That's gonna be the case. We'll do that here. Cause you got this bluish light hitting gold. Well, maybe it turns a little bit on the greenish side. No problem there, Tifu. No problem. I know that the pet stuff. That's those are family members, right, Tifu? Oh, it's always gonna be there, right, Tifu? It's not. Well, there actually Tifu. Ooh, there will be. What was the thing that I wanted to use? Oh yeah, that's right. The giant version of this. Yeah, we're going to be using a lot of the interference and the iridescent pearl white and stuff on that. So there might be, who knows, Tifu, by the time you're able to get back, there might be one or two more videos using the interference colors. Wouldn't be surprised. That is a possibility. There we are again. Some of that greenish, yellowish green. You can put some of that down in here. Now let's refresh that brush shoulder there. Get more of a filigree here. And then I think we're going to get a little more of this yellowish green up in here. Try some right here. A little something right in there. Yeah, and maybe some. Come on. There, I guess. Well, we might change that. It's always kind of fun there, Tifu, right there. You know, maybe finding some new color combos and such. Sometimes unexpected ones. Sometimes they're like quite just by accident. They have no intention of actually doing what, whatever that mix was, but it just kind of worked out. And it ends up kind of becoming a mix that you like. I'm sure, Camdy, you've had that happen, right? Again, trying to steal a little bit there of the almost kind of like a greenish tone here. Whereas other part will be, that's going to be much more of a yellow. Or get a little bit more of the red in there too. Now, hex paint, it's just because the dreaded conventional wisdom. Conventional wisdom for, well, let's put it this way, back in 2020 when we were first trying to use the oils, there were many people that were saying you cannot use oils on miniatures. And there was a whole bunch of craziness there. And there were people that were vehemently against oils on miniatures, which is weird because, well, for the longest time, oils was what was used on miniatures because there were no acrylic paints. And like Hex Paint says, they are way, I mean, look at how chill this is. Do you see me flailing around here? Go, oh, I need to do something while that's, wet or something like that. Nah, it's all very chill. It's been a chill 2 hours, 19 minutes, and 14 seconds. We like chill, more better. More frenzy, more worse. We don't like frenzied. That is a no fun situation. We're not just saying that we wanted painting to be as fun as possible. So again, that's almost kind of a bit of a green there. Now we're going to start getting into stuff that maybe has some more of the orange in it. So note mode 2, you don't want to do the alkyd medium because the alkyd medium, I mean, it works really great for blood effects. Because if you use alkyd medium, that's what you're going to get. You're going to get translucent, you're going to get shiny. And I mean that level of shiny. There's no gloss medium added to that. And that's actually less shiny now that it's dry. So that's what alkyd medium is going to do to it. That's why we use it for blood effects like what we did here on Stiggy. And see how shiny that is? Again, there's no gloss medium added to that whatsoever. That's the alkyd medium. So yeah, definitely not wanting to, don't want to be using the alkyd medium for that kind of stuff. There's some fun things it can do. You need alkyd paints, not alkyd medium, alkyd paints. Unfortunately, that's just the situation. Now here I'm going to be a little bit of the white mixed. You know what? Give me some more of my Indian yellow. Fine. So nope, Tifu. There's no alkyds in there. If it's got alkyds, it has to say alkyds. Which here, let me grab 'em for you. Badoom, badoom, and Shazam. So again, it says alkyd resin. It says alkyd, and it says there you go, alkyd somewhere on here. Yeah, there we go, alkyd there. So it has to say alkyd. If it does not say alkyd, it is not an alkyd. Yep, alkyd needs to be an alkyd. It's gonna actually say I'm an alkyd. Yep, no stealth alkyds, right, Camda? Yeah, there's no stealth alkyds. Well, I guess you could say that the Radiants are stealth alkyds. They want to be alkyds, but they're not. They cannot be one of the cool kids. Tifu, that's why, it was Green Fairy Studios. Yeah, he actually went into the Gamlin factory there, and they were wondering why he was showing such particular interest in what goes into the Radiant colors. He was immediately suspected of corporate espionage and was escorted out of the building. No, that's not actually what happened, but that's practically what it was like. He basically asked, and they said, "We can't tell you." He tried to find out for us. He took a chance there, going deep into the corporate heart of Gamlin there. But he was found out, and he was not able to unveil the secret of the Alkids. And Tifu, again, that's why we do the color theory and oils. And the color theory and oils is, well, a lot of it is me doing color charts. I mean, even this right here showed me a bunch. It showed me that green earth that still got a little bit of a shine to it. This was surprisingly weak and very matte. Actually, this cobalt violet deep was, at first it was really strong till it wasn't, and it was also really matte. So again, that was unexpected. So again, you have to those color charts show you a lot. They show you a whole bunch. Again, not just what the color looks like, it also shows you how it handles. So is it maybe more on like the grainy side of things? Is it really smooth? That sort of stuff. And of course, you have to there's got to be a bit of an open mind. Because like you say, it's not like the acrylics. And folks, I think they just want it to be super slow drying acrylics. And they're going to do all the same stuff they do with acrylics. It's just going to dry slower. Well, they very much succeed at making it dry slower. as in years. I mean, all kidding aside, that is something that ends up frustrating them because they're using a whole different medium. I mean, that would be like me using plaster and wondering, instead of tile grout, and then I wonder when there's an issue because plaster and tile grout, you mix them the same way. They kind of act the same in some ways, but they ain't the same. And people, they have a tendency to do that with the acrylics, is just basically use the oils like they're just acrylics. They're going to dry slower. And unfortunately, they create very much a self-fulfilling prophecy. They dry slower, all right. And of course, again, with the whole color theory thing, it's I know I abandoned anything like color wheels or anything like that a long time ago. They're just super confusing. Is the color warmer than the other color? Yes or no? Is the color more saturated than the other color? Yes or no? That's all you need to know. All that other stuff is just confusing. Because when's the last time you heard me mention a color wheel besides never? Yeah, there were no color wheels at the academy. There were none to be found anywhere. There were color charts that you painted, but nary a color wheel to be seen anywhere. And that's in an art at the entire art school. However many hundreds of students, number of color wheels, zero. Number of people trying to ascertain what was a more saturated color or what was a more warmer, cooler color, well, that'd be everybody. Everybody in that building. Right, Inganes, how you doing? Everybody please give Inganes a follow. Inganes, why don't you post some linkies in the chat there? Post some linkies in the chat. Fabulous oil painting. And of course, now Uber Yeti, you had a chance to share your stuff too, right? Since you came in here. Hopefully so. There you go. Everybody please check out that Instagram link that Nganes just shared. Come on, get up there. There we are. Gonna start hitting some of this. We gotta get that hair, some of the lighter colors in the hair. I might actually have to throw out some more of my Indian yellow because there's so much of the blue around it that it just every time I go to touch that, I end up with some blue in my Indian yellow. Very tempted to break out the Williamsburg Indian yellow. I think we're gonna abstain from that this time around. So again, now we're getting more and more of our freehand design in here. So see you later there, Hex. Have a good one. And again, the Monday stream, I'm targeting, say something like a 10 o'clock start time for that. It's always going to depend on things because I was certainly targeting a 10 o'clock start time for today. Unfortunately, the tutorial I was trying to film, well, things went weird with that, and that caused a big delay. Well, not a big delay. It was, I think we're only about maybe 20-ish minutes later than I wanted for the stream. Lately, I have been trying to get to say something like the 10 p.m. Central for the Saturday streams. That's something that I'll try to keep going with here as we move forward. But well, stream times always subject to Rapid change. More of this. Again, we can go much lighter than this. We're just kind of getting underway with making some of this stuff lighter here. What? Oh, there we go. Like, wait a minute. There was something else I was looking to do up here. Take some of that away. That didn't quite work, so we'll try it again with maybe this here. Fine. Whatever. No biggie. Oh yeah, here we can go like that a little. This line down here. Come on, gonna turn it around this way. And then there's a little bit of a scroll work that goes in between these. Just had to lock in the borders there. Doing that same thing here. Alright, everybody again, the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. That is where you're going to be able to see the older episodes here. Because again, remember Twitch didn't let us keep the highlights anymore. They had to go somewhere, and that's where they went. The Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. So if you want to see the earlier stage of this, where we were really starting to first establish the source light and all that, well, that's eventually going to work its way to that Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Something more here, yeah, fine. A little more of the yellow there. You know, we're missing a little in here. I was like, wait a minute, there was some other scroll work in here somewheres. Maybe we wait until hour number 3 to break out the Indian yellow. That's when we'll be breaking out the fast matte white. Get to work in some of our heaviest lights on our source light and other places. In the meantime, I'm going to just try to grab me a little... now we're getting somewhere, I think. More of that. Wait, some... Come on. There we go. A little drop thinner there, just to start breaking that down. Not to thin it down right away, just leaving it there. Now this should be significantly later here. I would think anyways. Oh yeah. Oh, that's definitely later. Yep. Is good. And then, but we'll still be going later than this. Again, to try to work on some of our filigree patterns here. I want it to look like embroidery, so no, that's too thick. You can see that straight away. There was way too much paint on that brush. As we get further down on this, well, like right here, maybe not as much light gonna get caught by some of this embroidery, which means maybe we're just kind of doing a little hint of some top edges on this stuff, and then more down here because maybe more light reaches this right here. No, better refresh that brush if I want to do this. Yeah, had to refresh. Yeah, I don't know if this really looked like it was going to be this much of a freehand exercise at the start, but that was one of the main focuses on this. The object source lighting. Well, yeah, but really the biggest thing was going to be all of this filigree and freehand. And trying to catch some of the lights up on the upper portions of this. And because I like coming down this way, it gives it a little more dimension. Yeah, Camden. Well, here's hoping that you have a little bit better luck with the print. Oh, that's the other reason. Yeah, that's another reason for the delay is that I was trying to figure out what was going on with those prints there with that that first test with the new resin. If that had gone swimmingly, then I wouldn't have lost quite so much time. Yeah, that did not go so well. And it's bizarre because it's supposed to be the same resin. I mean, the jar of it or whatever, it's the same, same jar, same basically the name on it. It even is in the same box, just with a different check mark for the color that it is. But boy, did it act different. It acted nothing like the clear red. So I was trying to figure out what in the world was going on with that. I tell you, Camden, I know we've said it in a few streams, but man, you get real used to painting your own stuff. It takes it's a heartbeat there, Camden. You paint one of your own things, and next thing you know, boom. And of course, what is it I say in every single podcast, broadcast, or whatever when the question comes up? They always say, do you have a favorite miniature or whatever over all the time you've been doing figures? And the answer is always the same. It's one that I sculpted. Now, granted, until now, that meant green stuff, epoxy sculpt, Sculpey, or combinations thereof. Now, we've expanded that medium now. Trying to get the edge of this. Yeah, that went too far on the bottom side of it there. Gonna get that edge too, and I think we're gonna. Yeah, here, let's fill in you to see this over here. Yeah, okay, now that was like, wait a minute. We're not quite mirroring that. Guess what? We could still go lighter than this. As light as this is not as light as we could possibly go with our gold/yellow here. We're also going to be getting some different lighter blues in here too. We haven't forgotten about that. We'll be getting to them. Come on. That too, and now up here.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
As we welcome in our newest little hobbit. Thank you so much, Quad. Appreciate that. Of course, Gandalf is always intrigued. He's like, so like all these people do magic stuff. He's like, it's not really magic. It's more like digital stuff. Yeah, you don't understand that. So when you gonna do a cyber version of me? You got a cyber Wapilius. What about me? What about cyber Gandalf? Yeah, I'm not so sure that would go well. Pipeweed and Ram. I'm not so sure about that. It's been a while since we have had a roll on the Gandalf 6. We also have not had a 6 in a while. Can Quad get a 6? Or is it going to be... It would be hilarious if it was a 4. Uh-oh. It's a 6. So Quadra going to get the Gandalf 6. So thank you very much for the follow there, Quadra. Let's see. So Quadra, I hope that you are doing well on this one. Now it's Sunday. We started this early enough that I kept saying, "Oh, it's got to be Sunday. It's got to be Sunday." No, now it's finally Sunday. Nice to see you there, Surface Tension. Surface Tension, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Some fabulous oil painted miniatures. So Tifu, as I was filming the Blender tutorial, I actually had... Well, I wonder if I can... Let me see if I can even bring that up here. I don't know if I can. I will try. I don't think so. But I'm going to see if I can't find that discussion here. I wonder... Oh, nope. There it is. Okay. Yeah. So I had this open. And this is basically... so this is where I found out that the image to STL thing does not work in Blender, and it was giving me the reasons why. Basically, what it does, and yeah, see, it's talking about different ways to fix and remesh it, right? And I was saying this as I'm filming the tutorial, because I'm trying to do something. I'm like, why doesn't it work? And I opened up GPT right then and there during the tutorial, and I said, okay, well, here it apparently we can't use this method. And it gave me about 3-4 reasons why. There were a couple of fix options. Those fix options were not worth it. I just went and redid the stuff. Hey there, Revless. How you doing? Everybody check out that Mastodon link that Surface Tension just shared. Everybody, again, check that out. Fabulous oil-painted miniatures. So again, the advantage to that, because I told it, I said I'm literally filming a tutorial as we're doing this, and it would say, it even said, make sure you tell them. It was we're trying to group objects together. So the idea is, let's say there's 10, 11 pieces. You want to turn them into one piece, and it said at the very end, it said, look, leave the most important piece for last, because the first piece, yeah, the first piece that you do is the anchor piece. So most people would kind of go the other way around. They would like take all the smaller pieces, and then like the biggest piece would be the last one they would select. Well, in that case, one of my little airlock files would have been the anchor point instead of the main hull. So essentially, Tifu, I created micro tutorials for myself. Instead of going, I want to learn all the stuff about Blender at once, I said, nope. I only want one thing. I literally want to know. Here, it was for this. All I want to know is, how do I thicken the cloth here? Because this was a bit of a bugaboo, and I said, how do I thicken that? And it gave me 3 different processes to do that. There was a global, there was a kind of a local thing, and then there was a sculpting version, and that's my favorite. Is the version where you actually just kind of sculpt it as opposed to doing like masks and all that sort of stuff. Revless, it depends. If it's U505 sitting in the Chicago, the Museum of Science and Industry in Chicago, it's one color. When it was sitting outside, it was a very different color, or different two colors. So yeah, Tifu, I went to do something. I went to cut a file, and the whole thing just went black. And I'm like, what the heck happened here? And as soon as I said, how I made it, it said, yep, that's the problem. You can't do that. So I could have sat there and struggled for who knows. I could still be sitting there struggling now and not streaming. Or I could just say, you know what, something went wrong. I'm going to ask somebody that probably knows. And sure enough, it did. That was the solution. I would hope that other folks would maybe start to utilize it for some of their painting questions. And remember, it is unlike a Google search, which is just going to spit a bunch of stuff at you. It will actually ask you, did that solve the problem? And you can ask follow up questions. You can say, well, I tried that, that didn't work. Google doesn't care. Google's just like, leave me alone. But this will try to basically work with you to find alternate things, other solutions. I mean, I was doing my taxes just the other day, and it helped me in 3 different areas. I'd still be doing those if it wasn't for that. I mean, they were very simple, basically. It wasn't anything super elaborate. But it definitely was information. Again, that's like, where do I put my estimated quarterly? Because they change the software every year. And I said, it is not in the same place that it's been for the last 2 years. Where the heck is it? And GPT said, it's right over here. I went, okay. Or I could have spent like 10 hours looking for it. So again, it's one of those, it's a resource. I'm certainly going to utilize it. Nope, surface tension. I'm talking about image to STL. That's the thing that we use to make our tarot cards. Yeah, so these in Blender are a no bueno. Well, Tifu, remember earlier in the stream when I said, well, I was working. I owned 8% of a company that was did computer graphics, and then overnight they were put out of business by the personal computer. We all use personal computers. It was certainly no fun when that happened. But then again, that's where I learned those construction skills that I still use to this very day to build, well, more studio space. Let's get some of the scroll work in here. Ah, there we go. So unless people are willing to give up their personal computers, which I don't think they are, and I certainly, much as I hate them, yes, we have an eternal war of annihilation between me and computers. Computers hate me, and I hate them. Yeah, Camden, that was it. Brought that up. It brought up the normals there. I tried doing that. I tried that. That was unfortunately, it was just easier to bring it back in, and actually, I think I got maybe some better results too. Yeah, it is. It's definitely unfortunate, right, Tifu? But it is. Now, of course, you have to. I always like to say a running chainsaw after a tornado can save somebody's life. A running chainsaw in a crowded elevator is less helpful. So you try to use things and maybe the way they were meant to be used. I mean, as entertaining as scissor races are, they're probably not really meant for high speed events. Although as kids, right, surface tension, we try to push the boundaries a little bit. Actually, I know with my brother, he teaches English literature, and of course, in high school when we had to write a new scene for a Shakespeare play in iambic pentameter in Old English. Well, there wasn't even an internet then, much less AIs. Yes, if it creates a little bit of extra elbow room, right, Tifu? Now remember, I gotta get me my glowy blue stuff in there. Gotta get that in there. Yeah, I was just telling the neighbors. It's like, okay, just realize this summer I'm gonna be working on the gutters on your side. Just the way things are on this block, everything that faces west is gonna get pounded by all the wind and everything else. So I was focused on the western side of the house last summer. Now we got to do the other side. At least they have a much better ladder. Now I got my articulating ladder, so I don't have to almost die like every other year for about the last, I don't know, many decades. Let me do this right here. Again, getting a little bit of my little filigree in here. A little something in there. Now, as I like to call it, I believe I called it a brain damaged petulant teenager on meth. Yeah, that's it pretty much is about the same. It will, it's about the same. Now, we're going to get some of our lightest light in there too. I might even come back. Don't be surprised if we come back with a little bit of like some umber or something like that, and we do a little hit on the undersides of some of this filigree here. So don't be that. That is definitely something that's on the menu of possibilities here. I'm glad this is a possibility because I could use me some of this here surface tension. Again, this is the anti-sleep streaming medicine right here. Yes, indeed. Because seeing the back of her head is a little bit different than seeing the back of my head. Yeah, seeing the back of my head pretty much means stream is over for a while. Let me get more of our. This is kind of the middle range of our filigree here. And then we'll come back with the much lighter stuff. And a bit. That's got to have a chance to set though. What we're gonna do next is hit some of the blue. All right, we've been kind of waiting on that. We did add some extra dark, so I mean we're pretty well set on the darkest dark in all of our blues. We're good there. We are good there. Other places, that's where we're gonna start to engineer a little more light, and also maybe shift the colors around. Now, surface tension. Also, too, we've got the Gamlin and Danthrin blue out here for the first time, and guess what? The Gamlin and Danthrin blue does not have safflower oil like the Richardson stuff does. Yeah, so that does not have safflower. Then there's a difference. When I started coming out of the tube, I'm like, yep, you can tell. There's no safflower oil in that. It was that level of difference. You know what? I'm going to hit that. I wasn't gonna at first, but you know what? I see where that's coming. We're gonna do that now. We've had a few of those surface tension. Yeah, there's been a few times where, well, we like to call them micro naps. Yeah, those little or half second naps or whatever, which generally ends up with a nice big stripe right across the miniature like so. They use the safflower oil because it's cheaper there, surface tension. The other thing it does is that it makes the paint feel smoother. So, like your AK Interactive paints, they're like 3,000% safflower oil because, well, A, it's cheaper, right? They can spread the pigments around further, and it makes the paint feel like it's some kind of higher quality stuff because it's so smooth. So yeah, surface tension, it kind of does two different things. It's a cost-saving thing, and it's also, again, it kind of makes you think that you got something that's super snazzy. So it's sort of like, you take the packaging for filet mignon and you put a bunch of hot dogs in there. Yeah, that's not quite the same, despite what the packaging says it is. So Tifu again, the radiant colors that we thought they might have alkyds in them. The one thing that was confirmed by our corporate espionage spy there was that there's no alkyds in the radiants. They were willing to tell him that. They said, nope, there's no alkyds in there. And again, you generally have to say so because, well, resin. I mean, just like, well, this figure is resin, right? So any package you get that has resin in it, it has to say resin. So that's how we knew there aren't any, but we sure thought there was some kind of alkyds in them. Oh yeah, surface tension. We've got to make a new sticker for the Alkyd Alliance. Yes, we the oils are starting to fracture their surface tension. It's kind of like, was it metallics versus non-metallics? Now we have alkyds versus non-alkyds. So are you team alkyds or are you team linseed only? Well, I guess it's three. There's a third. There's a third faction. There's Team Safflower. Yeah, there's it's splitting up. It's fracturing. All right, let me get this over here out of the way because I know that is a different brush. Let's get our little blue stuffs here. I'm just gonna take this. Where's my manganese? Blue. I just want to indicate this here is nice. Okay. what's going to? No, 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 not that. Not that. Let me grab one of these guys. One of these guys here. Let's see. Yeah, Uber Yeti here. We're gonna. This is the APCC gonna cover? Well, oh, there we go. Yes, that'll have to be some part of the APCC now. Here, we're gonna get. This is a more reddish blue. Remember we were saying, forget the whole color wheel thing. What's warmer? What's cooler? Well, we're gonna say this is a warmer blue because it's got some more red in it. Right? Because if you say, well, it's more towards the green, well, guess what? Green still has blue in it. Technically, blue is a cooler color. There you go. Now, Indanthrone blue is sort of like ultramarine blue on steroids. It's just like a super, super dark version of ultramarine blue, which also registers on the ultraviolet scale. Just like how pearline crimson registers on the infrared scale. So Camden, I would if you just say, okay, look, you get any cobalt blue, anybody's cobalt blue, the fanciest one, whatever, or you get Williamsburg ultramarine. I would be inclined to go with the Williamsburg ultramarine. However, one of the things we learned is that cobalt blue, there's some glazy stuff that you can do with that. Actually, so Camda, I would have to kind of test this theory to really make it totally valid. Let me get some of this light in here. I think cobalt blue potentially does some of the same stuff that, say, Puro orange does. You could say that cobalt blue is the translucent blue that paints like an opaque, much like I didn't. It wouldn't have occurred to me until now, Camda, because well, we didn't have Puro orange before. But think of it in that way. That cobalt blue, I've noticed, kind of does a little bit in a way what Puro orange does. You might say, well, that just sounds bizarre. Well, it does. It does to me, and I'm the one saying it. But the more that I've utilized the cobalt blue, the more I start to see basically almost Puro orange-like properties. And well, guess what? Puro orange is super pricey, so is cobalt blue. So to me, and that what was that? Let's see, that was the cobalt violet stuff that I used. The stuff that Armored Wolf gave me. That also acted a bit in the same way. Nah, that's too much. Let me get more of that Indanthrone blue. So Indanthrone blue is kind of like an amethyst sort of a color. And I think even with some of the when I did here's the other thing again. GPT can be helpful. I was looking up the history of Indanthrone blue. Does it register on the ultraviolet scale? And one of the things it did say is it's basically kind of an alternative to ultramarine blue, and that it's got that reddish blue, but it's really strong. It is super potent and much darker. So it's not a staining color there, Tifu. If you leave it on long enough, it has a bit of staining. Staining blues, indigo, Prussian blue, phthalo blue, not Indanthrone blue. Cobalt blue, not a staining color. Not even close. Puro orange, also not a staining color. So yeah, it's a comparison that I wish I would have thought of a long time ago, Camda. But I needed to have used Again, we're lightening up this blue here, but again, that blue is a little bit more towards the red, whereas this is more towards the teal. The last time we were kind of playing a game like this was with this one here, right, where we had again that's more of a reddish blue, and then that's more of a greenish blue. So now, of course, that one's a little bit on the warmer side because there's much more yellow in that. Now, how much lighter are we getting here? So let's see, we're at hour number 3, so we can also start to think about breaking out that fast matte. Well, we could have thought about it before, but we are potentially going to break out ye old fast matte white. Come on, give me some of this in here. Now down here. And yeah, this is I might need to get some more of my yellow on the edge of that. Yeah, okay, fine. Alright, fine. You just be that way. We're gonna go this way then. Alright. Fine. Look at that, still mixing with that blue. Now, it's maybe not as much as the last go around we did with this. But look at all that blue on the brush there. That's this was the alkyds. There would be some of that, but nowhere near as much. Nowhere near as much blue on there. I mean, it's fine. We kind of want that. I mean, look at how green that's turning. So look at this. That I started out with that. After a few brush strokes, that's what was on the brush. Look at this. That's how I started out. That is, again, that's Indianthrin blue and some of the indigo. Again, those are not alkyds. So now Terra Rosa, also not a, it's a somewhat staining color. It's a part-time staining color. It depends on which one you're using and how long you leave it on there. Now something like Mars Red, these, if you leave them on there, and you'll see it on that video there. Where's our Mars Red? That ain't Mars Red, this is. So that, that had some staining property to it. That also is I mean, that's a series 2. That's not nothing as far as price goes. But if you watch this video, there was a definite staining from the Mars Red. Actually, it was probably the most staining color that I had out of all of them. Cerulean Blue, no staining. Cobalt Violet, no staining. The Mars Red, that had some. Now, we're getting more coverage here because of how long this has been. We haven't messed with this in quite some time here. How you doing there, Pascal? Everybody please give Pascal Rose a follow.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
It's Hugo just showed you how. It's Hugo said, oh, you got to follow. Well, here's the procedure. Do what I do. Thank you so much. It's Hugo. Appreciate that. Okay, so why do I get a glow stick and she gets a glow frisbee? Not a frisbee. It's like, it looks like a frisbee. I want to play frisbee golf. Bilbo, he cheats at that, Yeah, he cheats at frisbee golf. There you go, surface tension frisbee golf in the Shire. Now we did just have a big 6 for quad. Is It's Hugo gonna have? Well, it's a third of a 6. So we were thinking that quad might get a 4, but again, that's a 1/3 of a 6 there. So thank you so much, It's Hugo. And Pascal, why don't you post some stuffs in the chat there? Again, everybody please give Pascal Rules a follow. So Tfue, that's the whole the whole range of Mars colors. They're all from Mars. Here we go. This is again, we talk about Mars Yellow Deep all the time. That was in that video too. And let's not forget Mars Violet, also Mars Black. It's from Oxide University. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Pascal just shared. And everybody, please again give Pascal Rules a follow if you could. That would be super fabulous. So Pascal, we repainted Nimue, the bust version. We'll also be repainting the flat, and we'll also be repainting the a figure version. Well, speaking of figure version here, I don't know if you saw these. I'm not sure if you saw Mordred or not. That was one of the latest of our Cyber Arthurians, and of course, I think you saw this one, right, Pascal? When we did Cyber Bridget again, that's the Cyber version. We will be redoing the figure version, but yeah, it was super fun doing the Cyber version of Bridget there. Oh, and of course, Pascal. Now I can finally get to our Lady of Shalott, the flat version or the bas relief version, and I can finally do more with the. Let me see. Oh, there we go. With the mirror portion, because here we were able to do some stuff with the mirror, but not as much. But here we can really go nuts with the mirror, so that's going to be super fun. Thanks, Pascal. I can't wait for you to see all the Celtic goddesses, Pascal. I mean, I've been looking forward to painting those. Let's see, we've got figures, bas reliefs, and busts for Bridget, Morrigan, Danu. I actually have another version of this one. I'm working on a different version where there's a deer right here. So again, we've got that. We've also printed out the bust version of Danu. And I think you saw the Arianrod trifecta there. We can bring that out too in a sec. And I have the bust version of Arachne printed out. I think you might have saw. I think you saw the flat, well, the bas relief version, but now we have the bust version here of Arachne. That's going to be super fun. I mean, that one is so scary because it just like kind of like the Morrigan and Bridget. That just it's like the painting just leapt off the surface and became three-dimensional, like some kind of weird sci-fi movie or something. So let me just get a couple of these brush strokies on here with this lighter gold. There we are. All right, so here again is the triple play, the trifecta for Irian. Where the heck is there's the bust version. Where is the figure version here? Oh, she's over here. I was looking in the wrong spot. There it is. There's the triple A. So we got the bas relief, we have the figure, and we have the bust. And looking forward to painting these. Now, the one adjustment that I'm probably going to make from the original painting is I was going to go white with the hair. Originally, the hair was kind of more like a reddish color, but I have so many of the Celtic goddesses, and they all kind of have that same hair color. So I'm just going to do that just to be different. Going with the white. And I think you saw this one too, right, Pascal? This is now dry, and again, boy, the alkyd white make a big difference to this. I also have a figure version of this, so this is the non-cyber version of Lady of Shalott right here. That was very fun doing that. Again, we've got the figure version of that we'll be doing. So kind of once we've gotten through all of the Cyber Arthurian stuff, and again, I thought we'd already be on the Celtic goddesses, but there's been a lot of the Adepticon stuff to replace. Because all of a sudden we had no Nimue at all, no bust, no flat, no nothing, no figure. The Guinevere figure also sold. was oh yeah, the Bridget figure. So we have to redo that one. The Lady of Shalott flat also, or bas relief also sold. The Morgan Le Fay bust also sold. And well, all of our gummy bear, almost all of our Lord of the Rings gummy bears. And I'm almost done reprinting those. I believe I'm at about 23 or 24. And again, now this version of Guinevere, this is essentially Guinevere, what you would say before the fall, or before the trouble begins in Camelot. So this is again Guinevere at the height of her power, whereas previous Gwennies, you can see the red here, and more cybernetics. So you can see there's a little bit less of the cybernetics here on this version of Gwenny. And again, because that version of Guinevere has again kind of fallen to the fracture sown by Mordred. Because remember, Mordred, he cannot create truth, he cannot destroy truth, but he can multiply it. And that is how he seeks, one of the main ways he seeks to overload the mainframe and fracture the Grail code. And of course, Nimue, right? Nimue regulates the data flow. That's kind of her responsibility. And of course, the Green Knight, uh, he, for folks that aren't familiar with Babylon 5, they won't understand a reference. But he essentially is almost a bit like not quite like an inquisitor or something, but what he does is he tests people. Are they worthy? Will they actually be able to defend and restore the Grail Code? Or, kind of like again with Lancelot, will they have divided loyalties and be prone to corruption? I don't know, maybe in some ways you could say that Mordred is a little bit like, say, Morgoth, and that he could not create any kind of life, but he could take existing life and basically kind of twist it. This again, we can still get our lightest of our golds in here. That's going to be with our fast matte white. You can see even here, just getting that little bit of extra light on that makes a big difference. Now, of course, I don't know if you had a chance to share your stuff in the chat there, Pascal. And I guess, well, now that it is Sunday, where are you going to be streaming today? Yes, where are you going to be streaming? Okay, I'm going to do that. Let me, come on. There we are. We'll end that here. That's fantastic, Pascal. Again, everybody please give Pascal a follow so that in just a little bit and a little bit there you can also see somebody doing some super fantastic. Right now, are you doing another bust there, Pascal, or is it maybe a large scale figure? I have to say, Pascal, I know you've heard me say it on a bunch of streams. I'm getting so used to painting my own figures. Well, now my own figures are me. There you go. So there's the new Wapelius Spellbrush in cyber form, and of course with his little buddy Cad, who now is also in cyber form. Yeah, it's always been kind of a favorite, right, Camden? Always kind of enjoyed that combination. Not sure why, just it is. So again, for all I think we all end up with favorites, favorite combos. Now let me get some of this red over here. No, no, it's way too. Okay, that's a little better. Get me some more separation in the fingers over here. Also some dark, and then we got to go with some more light here. Let's do that. Yeah, Pascal, I've gotten so used to painting my own stuff. I've in the last, oh gosh, let's go all the way back to I want to say December. The number of figures that I've painted that weren't mine. Okay, outside of the Battlefleet Gothic stuff, let's just not count the Battlefleet Gothic stuff. Um, two miniatures that I can think of offhand that were not actually sculpted or made by me. That's all I can think of is two, and that was the two hack and slash figs I did the day we were leaving for Adepticon. I have gotten so used to not painting other people's stuff and just painting my stuff. And oh, and we're doing starships now, Pascal. Yeah, that was I was doing a Blender tutorial, and I was taking all of the dozens of pieces of starship stuff that I made, and I do mean dozens. Oh my gosh, that was insane. Finally got a chance to use those, which was very fun. I'm gonna try to hit that. I think I need more regular skin tone over. Let me see what this is gonna do. Am I too light? I don't think so. I don't think so. Oh, speaking of which, yeah, we were gonna do kind of a sort of final highlighty type stuff on the hair. I think we'll start over here first. Something like this here. Pascal, when I was at Adepticon, the and this is multiple times I heard it, but the most interesting phrase that I heard was that holy smokes, those miniatures they scream you. And it wasn't because of the color palette, it was because of the physical shape and the pose. Because they'd seen, especially the people that were familiar with my 2D artwork there, Pascal. Yeah, the more familiar they were with that, the more they said, holy smokes, this literally looks like, I mean, it screams that you made this. And that was kind of my favorite thing, was to hear that. Again, I'm still thinking, surface tension, that those sneaky cheeky squirrels, they have some kind of a barking mechanism. Oh, and beware those parakeets there. Beware of those parakeets, because they say some spicy words. Gotta watch out for them, surface tension. Oh, thanks, Pascal. Appreciate that. Actually, Pascal, I'm very excited. We're gonna be doing because I never actually had the Cyber Arthurian paintings, right? It started out with my old fantasy Arthurians, so we're kind of reversing now. I'm gonna actually paint in 2 dimensions. I'm gonna paint the Cyber Arthurians. So we're kind of going back and forth here. Things going from 2D to 3D, then they're gonna go from 3D back to 2D. We are also working on 2 other cyber ranges of figures. One is kind of loosely based on something. It was something I was going to do as an illustrated novel years ago. Actually, I did two pastel paintings of the main character. I was reminded of this because I was moving stuff around and I actually ran across the old art. Now, the pastels, they've been hanging on the wall for like decades. But this other concept art for more the illustrated novel, I just kind of literally ran across that by accident. I'm like, what's in here? Oh, well, look at that. And of course, did the whole Japanese goddess series of bas reliefs. So I'm kind of combining the two. Uh, we're loosely, well, we're calling it Cyber Yomi. There we are. And I'm going to do a whole series of new paintings, as in 2D paintings, which I'm really looking forward to. Very much in the Mucas, Alphonse Mucas style. I'm gonna go. Yeah, fine. I'm gonna take a chance. Go a little lighter here on these, because again, these are too light. That that's not gonna look like source light in there. Not gonna do it. Also, too, we're gonna do something more like what we did with Nimue. So here, we're gonna change the blue. We're gonna go again. So that we're gonna shift the gray here. So again, instead of like the Endancer blue there, we're gonna shift to more of a violet neutral gray. Look at this. We got violet right here. Wow, what do you know? We got that violet sitting over there. We also have this Mars black sitting over here. So it's gonna change not the value. It's going to change the color here. So the value is the same. We're not changing the value. We're only changing the color there. Now here, I mean, we got mostly glowy stuff. So ain't much going to happen here except for that, which once again is not so much a value change. Color temperature change. Remember we were talking about the whole no color wheel thing? Is it cooler? Is it warmer? This is a little bit on the warmer side because it got some red in there via violet. There you go. All right, here more dry brushy stuff. How you doing there, Doji? So Doji, why don't you share? Do the thing, Doji. Share the stuff in the chat. The oils. Share the oils. And of course, Doji. I've got to. I got to get all the stuff is there for the planting the seeds for the garden. So yeah, that's I'm gonna have to among the 10,000 other things I got to do today. That is one of them. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. Everybody please give Doji a little look-see on the Instas. Now this actually has got it's got a little bit of yellow in there. Now wait a minute. Whoa that thing. Whoa that thing. I'm gonna give me some thinner into that because yeah, there you go. Yeah, we were gonna be putting thicker on top of thickest. We don't want that. No. That ain't what we're doing. I don't think I'm going to be doing any digging outside. This is all going to be indoor digging. Well, it might not last very long, depending on how much soil there is. Actually, what I might have to do is like do the initial planting. Then, I don't know, a week or two from now when they start actually coming up, I might have to maybe do a little bit of replanting or add some more soil or something. That would give me enough time to get the additional soil. Which, because it has to come via Amazon. Yeah, there's no just hopping over to a garden center and getting some. All right. Now, also here with this, there was a couple of things I was thinking of doing. This. Gonna have to add me some of that. Come on, more. Breaking it down. So again, everybody check out that the stuff that Doji posted there. Now, not so much filigree here. We're looking to do some cybery type stuff. So we're going to go like this. We're going to change this up a bit here. Down we go. Up and over that way. Another. Again, trying to get as much of the kind of cybernetic elements as we can here. Whether that is now again something like this. This is what I'll be showing in one of the Blender tutorials. We're going to be showing how to essentially, see, that's getting to be too monotonous here. Well, looky there. Look at that. Look how easy that was to take care of that. Scribing panel lines in Blender. That's another thing that's going to be. I don't think it's going to be part of this particular tutorial. That would be like the next one. Cleaning up not work, scribing stuff. That's probably going to be the next tutorial in episode 2 of our fabulous Blender series. So see you there, Pascal. See you on the other side there, Pascal. And again, everybody please give Pascal rules to follow, because Pascal's going to be streaming soon enough. And again, you're really going to love what you see from Pascal there. So yeah, this is probably something, again, that, in Blender would be really, really fun to break out the scribing tools. I also have separate objects that I made that I can actually just like drop into a forearm. So something like this where I said, oh, I'm thinking I might want a little more cybernetic element there. I can literally drop in into the forearm a cybernetic element there. And those are the kind of things that I want to that are going to be featured in those Blender tutorials that I'm talking about. Is that just that sort of stuff? Again, scribing panel lines. Doing the scrunchy stuff on cloth. That's one of my favorite tools in Blender. Is the scrunchy cloth tool, as I call it. I think it's called pinch cloth, but I like scrunchy cloth. Now, because we got the shadow stuff going on here, I think we're gonna, yeah, and this is again nowhere near the lightest light, right, for our cybernetics there. Can definitely go much lighter than this. Going that way. Was it an Erickson bust? Oh no, it was a CA Sculpts bust. Remember that one Cam did that had all of the we did all the like the digital circuit board stuff under the skin, so it's kind of a subdermal thing. That also kind of put the seed in my head there, Cam. Ever since then, I was like, well, it'd be really fun to do something like that. Nice to see you there, Arid. Everybody, please give Arid Kenwife a follow. So, Arid, I hope that the stream was fabulous. I'm sure that it was. Everybody give Arid Kenwife a follow. And, of course, why don't you share that Pinterest link in that chat? Do that so that folks can do the follow thing. See that? Look at that. That really changed. There was a whole lot of nothing going on there. Look at that. Now there's a bit of something. We got something going on there now. No doubt about it. Is that too big of a glob there? I don't know. We're just going to work with the glob. We're going to work with the glob. Ah, it worked out. Now, oh, here, oh, can't maybe go too light in this area. That needs a bright highlight in it, though, for sure. Now, Erin, were you able to find all of the stuff that you were talking about in the stream yesterday that you were kind of hoping to find? I guess that. Well, what level of temptation? Yes. What level of temptation were you subjected to as far as purchases there? Part of me is hoping that there wasn't too much temptation, and then the other part is I hope there was because that means you got a lot of fun stuff to work with on the stream. Ah, okay. Yeah, okay. That sounds like mission accomplished there, Aaron. Sounds like mission accomplished, so very good. Now, Aaron, I mean, again, it's one of those things where if the opportunity doesn't exactly come around every week, does it? I mean, you're not just popping over to the local whatever to the local Michaels or something like that, and just like, I'm just gonna get me some picture jasper and some fire opal. Yeah, I'm just gonna drop in there and pinch me a few of those. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. So some jade accent and some nephrite jade. More jade, more better. Well, I still just have to stick my hand on that, and then do this, and infuse some more of the cybernetics here, like so. There. Now we're also going to try and do that, and the shoulder. Take some of this, plus the indigo. Mm. We'll just have to do it this way. Come down that way. Do this here. So yeah, Irid, I'm glad that you're able to do that again because, well, I mean, you got pretty darn specific purposes in mind, right? There's a plan, and it's not like a Cylon plan. It's a real plan. I'm gonna do that over here. So again, this is a little bit like what we did on Nimue. That really changes this, doesn't it? Does that not seem quite different? Let me try this again here. Well, can't be sticking my hand on that. Whoops, not there either. We'll just have to do it this way. So we got that. Comes down like so. We need this big old arc to swing down that way. And now this way. Down under that bit. And then we need to take a slice that way. And then a slice that way. And I think we're good. All right. Not yellow though. We're going to go with a different glowy thing here. Yeah, Irid, again, I'm really glad. Well, again, that is several stream. I mean, gee whiz, how many streams worth of stuff there, Irid? That's like well, that's practically a year's worth of streams, wouldn't you say? I mean, that's basically what you were doing. Was basically supplying the next year's worth of streams. Well, and then some. So yeah, all good. I think, Irid. Again, I'm gonna say mission accomplished. Now let's drop a nice little highlight kind of line there. Another one there. Oh, no, 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 no. Over here. Around the back of that, and then over here. So see now that's got some segmented look. So that's free-handed on there, but in the on the file here, because again this is the first test print. I saw this in a different way initially, but I like this. It was painting the Nimue, and this is actually sculpted into the Nimue figure. And I was thinking of doing something else different here, but I kind of like this segmented look to the armor here. I was initially going to do more of a like a fiber optic or some kind of inset uh, circuitry, but I like the actual segmented armor stuff here, so I'm going to do that. Now the other thing too, some of our favorite when we first started to really get into miniatures instead of just like, well, we're just painting stuff. The miniatures we liked most were the ones that were, I don't want to say necessarily blank canvases, but much more open. Well, Arid, who knows? Who knows? Maybe one day, given how weird things are in the work environment, there, right, Arid? There might come a time where you say, you know what? Enough fooling around with this other stuff. And if you got the stuff already in place, if I think you know of what I speak here. If you've already got stuff in place and ready to go, you just kind of say, "All right, it's go time." Yep, it's all arid all the time now. But not necessarily the store, but again, there I think there will be other just with the way things are as far as certain opportunities here for mercantile stuff. I think there might be something that opens up for you that maybe even right now is not quite super apparent. I think there might be some opportunities to be found. See you later there, Doji. Like always, appreciate you being here. Well, Doji, I'm gonna be again. I'm gonna try and start the stream on Monday earlier. Again, that's hopefully that's gonna be our stream anniversary on Monday. I'm gonna try and lighten you up some here. Primer wise for the Wapilius Spellbrush Cyber version, I might even. I'm just gonna go with the brown. We're just gonna hit that mostly with the Ebony Flesh primer from Stano Res. Now we'll start to really drop in some of the lightest, especially on a little scroll work and such down here. And I still have to get to the fast matte white. We'll get to it, don't worry. We'll get to the fast matte white and we'll really drop in some of our lightest lights. But I also was hoping to do a little sneaky cheeky surprise with some of our free handy stuff in here. After we do all the later not gold stuff. Come on, there we go. Nah, definitely gotta get some of this over here. Definitely need some right in there. And like that. Alright, we're gonna do this now. Also that. Much later here. As in way later. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. Ah, now we got that edge. Okie dokie, this. We need to do some lighter stuff in there. Like this. More filigree. Nope. Gotta go back and refresh that brush. Okay, got that. Also, that. 1 second here. Let me do that. I just was trying to get my reference again. I've got like 3 references up here. Here's another area that needs some of our lightest little bit of filigree in there. And now here, this was lighter until I stuck my finger in it and took away some of the lighter stuff. So we're going to restore that a bit. Because, it's a thing. Gotta stick your finger in there at least once. Well, actually, my finger's not as blue as I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be much more blue than that. Alrighty, I will try to steal. We're just going to have to get the... we'll just have to get the fast matte white out there for that really, 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 really light stuff on the armor here. I'm wondering. Let me see what happens with an even lighter skin tone. I don't know. Maybe get a little more of that terrosa in there. You know what? I'm even going to get some of that. Put a little bit of the red in there to get more rosé. That might just be the trick here. Some more on that cheek. Might actually here just I think it's going to be easier to read. I was hoping to have some of that cyber stuff there, but I think it just reads more easily with that not there. I wonder, this may not be quite the right thing to use, but I'm going to try it here. Oh, it did work. Oh, it did work. Now, it's going to be even trickier. Very tricksy. Can we make it happen? I got to somehow get a little teensy bit. A little more. Oh, it's going to be tough. I'm actually going to deposit some paint somewhere else first and now try it. There we go. Bingo. Also doing that over there. Hmm. Back to my dark. Back to the dark. Yeah. Now we'll, just like we did on all of our other ones here, we'll get, there we are. We hadn't solidified that yet. Maybe some of this in here too. Again, it could. We had a lot of lights and a lot of mid-tones. We're gonna stroll in there with some strong darks, I think. Now, and then here, reinforce that little bit of shadow there. Trying a similar gambit over here. That seems to have worked fairly well. Now I wonder. Okay, also going to be tricksy, but I think I need to try it. Let me just thin this down here. We got this super light blue. It's almost like a not radiant blue. Still too chunky. Aha, that's right. I need this brush here to do that. Yeah, I think that's the one we wanted. I somehow... Ooh, we almost got it. I think it has to be a little lighter. Alright, let's try it again. Might just have to... Yeah, well, we're going to try it. We're going to try to do... No, that'll just make it green. Let me make maybe a little bit of the violet. And that's it. We'll use some of the red. I need... Did it. That's what I needed. Now I would like to see what I can do down here. Let me see. This is it's light enough. I think it's also the right color. Now we gotta go even a little lighter here. A little lighter over here. Maybe a little more thinner, I guess. Oh, that. Yeah, here, let me hit this the nostril over here. And that. No, and it needs that shading there. I think it needs that. Hopefully that's not too clumpy. Nah. Fine, I'm gonna lighten you up even more there. Hit the edge of this one more time here. Nope. Nah, that was that didn't work where we wanted it. So we'll stroll on back here. Get the red, mix it with the Danthren blue. Maybe more of the red, less of the Danthren blue. Ooh, also way too much thinner. Okay, that's kind of restored now. That went a little bit sideways there. So again, not trying to do as much of the cybernetic stuff on the face here, because this is kind of again a Guinevere from a different part of the story essentially. Different timeline, different character basically. All right. So we're talking about the fast mat weight. Let's break that out now. That's over here. No, there it is. So I gotta get some of this stuff over somewhere. Try some over there. Let's see what happens. And now, away we go. Let's start to break that down again. I'm just gonna take me a little bit of this here, a little bit of thinner. Just gonna chuck a drop on there. All it does is start breaking it down while I'm doing other things. I can't go any lighter than this. And this is, well, guess what? Gonna go over here for first and foremost. To really juice this thing up here. I've been waiting to hit this thing for, a couple hours now. With this stuff, yeah. Lighter around that. And then also feel those little dots almost again like little digital embers. Digital embers. How's that sound? Okay. And again, this is the later version actually of Guinevere in the story. So this is kind of again Guinevere at her height, and then that is Guinevere again after well, some mischief, a little bit of mischief. So that is in the game basically. Well, I hate to say it, kind of inspired a little bit by the Battlestar Galactica board game, where characters like, say, Boltar and Boomer obviously divided loyalties, right? The Cylon sympathize, it's not a synthesizer, but a sympathizer. Lancelot, Guinevere, both are again they are prone. Every character should have strengths and weaknesses. And obviously they will have their weaknesses. Arthur's going to have his weaknesses. And this is all stuff that I've been trying to work out since Adepticon. I think I've got a codex now of 44 pages. Now some of it also is sculpting and color scheme annotations. It's not all story stuff and rules and all that kind of stuff. Well, just got to stick my finger over there. Do this again. Hit the edge of that with some of this light. That too. And a little there. Also, that might have been a little later than what I was hoping for right along that line. But we'll say it's okay. Now, let me see what I can do with the lighter, brighter stuff. So I'm starting here with the light source first with all this. I'm not going other places with this really light stuff until I see what this does with our actual really, really light stuff. Gotta see this first. I'm going to be coming back with some of the manganese blue in that sort of semi-dry brush way. Alright, well, now we just hit the 4 hour mark. Just hit the 4 hour mark. Let me get the second line of this here. We're just going to take this. There we are. Now we got our second line there too. Man, but that hand can really be made a bunch lighter there, can it? All right. Now I'm gonna maybe start to branch out a little bit with where my latest lights are. Stuff again that we'll start with the stuff that's closest to our light source, and then kind of branch out from there, like that. Thanks, Canada. The blue object source lighting can sometimes be mischievous, right? Because well, we can't. Also, too, the blue fluoros. It doesn't matter where they come from. They're not necessarily like say the orange or the yellows or even the green or magenta, right, Camja? Now, yeah. All right. Gotta get the light along that edge. Up here again. This is kind of what we did with the Nimue armor here. I will use. No, I'm just gonna get me a brand new one. I know there's no paint on this one here. There's no paint on that one. A little bit tap, 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 and fabulous. We got some blending stuff now. Oh, let me see what happens with this. I'm gonna take me some of this. Wait, well, there's still a little bit of yellow in there. Even at this point, there's still some yellow in this mix. And this is where I might just stick with only doing some of the lightest stuff up here. Like that. And a little touch of it down there. Also, like that. Also here. Fine, we'll hit that side too. This is going to need to be later. Right in here. First this port. And now that port. Also some light in here. There we are. There, now we're finally. I mean, this is basically facing upwards. This should catch a lot of the light here. Gotta make that happen. Think we're yeah. Now we're making it happen. Wasn't quite doing it. Now it is. Yes. All right. Is nice. Just gotta get a little bit of the light as well. Carry over that way, and now some here. And the next thing I'm gonna do here is we're also, now that I got the weight out here, we're also gonna get these because we want those to be glowing, and then we're gonna do a little bit of a sneaky, cheeky circuitry stuff coming out of those. I wasn't sure if that was gonna. Of course, if I don't like it, well, easy enough to change it back. That's for sure. That'll take no time at all. Change it right back like we never even tried it. And hopefully, with that kind of thought in mind, maybe folks are a little more willing to try stuff because they say, if it doesn't work out, it's not the end of the world. I just wipe it away. Boom, we're back to where we were. No harm, no foul. Hitting the lighter stuff there. Yeah, we'll definitely come back with the. We did that on the other. Go in here so you can see it. See where we came in again with the darker stuff there. Well, just like we did on that, we're gonna do on this. Wait a minute. Wait. First here. Get you there, and man, maybe it's a little heavier than I wanted right in that area, but that's fine. That's a fine. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Army Painter link there, and of course, I am filming the newest tutorial. I was supposed to have that up before the stream, but lessons were learned. Again, I'm not just we're not just teaching Blender. We are learning. We're literally learning Blender and teaching it at the same time. The Eldritch Foundry stuff. That's what gave me the idea. Is that I'd be in there basically doing a tutorial, and I'd say, "Wait a minute, what's this thing?" They never. A lot of times I would find new things that they added. I didn't even know they were there. No one else did either. And then, well, we would do another tutorial based on. We were gonna do one thing. We clicked on a tool. What the heck is this thing? This was not here before. That's how a lot of tools are these days. To the point where actually Cam did now. I think you heard me say on one of the streams. I'll just ask 3 different platforms. All right, what's different? What has been added in the last 2-3 days that I don't know about? Which I'm sure I don't, because something's been added, and I don't know about it. Actually, I'm due for another one of those. Probably gonna have to do that tomorrow. Is do a round of. All right, so what's new? Literally, what is new? That I really should know about. Okay, now I'm gonna swing around over here. We got this. Now I gotta get all the yellow out of the brush there. I might need. I think the mid. Nah, we're pretty good. I think that. I think we have just enough of our manganese blue to make this work. Lighter still. Went a whole lot thicker with it, maybe even more thick. There we go. Now speaking of, that is not quite the dimension we were looking for there, so we're gonna backtrack. Just go in reverse a little bit. That's still got some of that darker stuff on there. All right, fine. We'll go the other way then. Okay, there we are. Now, what I was hoping to do was little something like this. Again, something that's going to look a little bit like circuitry, and just kind of a little insinuation of it. Uh, yeah, up here, and coming that way. Something that branches off there. And which way do we want it to go? No, I don't want it to have a straight line there. I'm going to try this. Go further up. Like that. Maybe, let me take my blending brush at that. Change that a bit. And I'll tell you, right, Camden, I mean, I probably should have already done it like 2 or 3 times just this week. Is say, okay, what's new with this? What's new with this? Now, of course, when you utilize as many platforms as I am, that gets a little crazy. Is there? Okay, yeah, there's none of the blue stuff on there. Okay, good. So what we're trying to do, where's Morgan the face? So it's a little something like what we did here. A little something like that. In fact, based on what I see, I don't know, maybe I'm gonna try this first. Try that, and then maybe again a little diode there. Oh, just a little something, something. That get down into the crevices. And then perhaps something that comes down like that. So this, in some ways, it kind of augments all of the filigree, right? So more elements of the cyber starting to kind of take hold of Gwenny here. Sort of like a foreshadowing. There. And then that's going to come down this way. All right. Unless that has gone a little astray, in which case I'm going to do this. Where'd my brush go? Fine. We'll do it this way. Another little Bit of cleanup there. Try this again. Okay, and now up here. I might. Let me get this Prussian. Okay, fine. I guess I get to get a little bit of thinner in that. There we go. I needed to eliminate that. Also, tone down that light layer a little bit. And now that shows up more. Okay, good, good, good. So again, I don't want this to be too intense here. We're starting to maybe lighten up a little more in a couple of portions. Something here comes up like that. Perhaps back down again. Now that's just not really doing it for me. Yep, that's it was really hard to change that, wasn't it, Camda? That took at least 8 seconds. Yep. Whatever are we to do? Okay, we'll just leave that as it is. All the way down, and now this is to, well, we'll have those just mirror each other a little more, I guess. I'm gonna try one. If that's over here, I'm gonna try that over here now. Down into the crevice. So it should probably go about there. And then also is at that angle. Okay, good enough. So yeah, just a little hint of something here and there, like what we did over here, right on the arms, and then a little bit of hint of it there, and maybe that is it. Now I'm gonna go a little later here with the these guys. One more here. Maybe even at the little juncture points there. That might have been a little too strong there. So we still have our manganese. Yeah. We'll take some of that away there too. Okay. All right. So that was what I was kind of hoping to do. See, we injected we have all the kind of not cybery type stuff, and then a little hint, a little sneaky, cheeky bit of it. Now that we were talking about that umber. Right. Let's get our sitting over here. I'm gonna get me some thinner into that. Start breaking you down. Breaking it down, not to a glaze point. Don't need it at a glazy point, but we do need it a bit thinner, a little bit. There we go. Also, to remember the umber, bit on the translucent side. This is going, there we go. It's going to provide a little bit of sharpness there. So this is a bit of edge contrast as much as value contrast. Edge as much as value. Yeah, this a couple little things went a little wonky there. We're going to fix them up. Going to fix those babies up. It's weird. I keep thinking that it's like either a Monday or a Friday or something. Like it's keep forgetting that it's now actually a Sunday. Well, 2:49 on a Sunday. All right, there we are. There we are. So now, see, that's these start to stand out a little bit more now that we're doing it. And we're gonna get a bit of dark on the underside of some of these. That kind of gives it a little bit more dimension as well. All right, we got that in there. So now what I did here on the cloak, that is not something that I would sculpt in there. Because if it's sculpted in there, it's you're not gonna get that sort of where it's inset, or maybe it is a kind of fiber optic sewn in there. If there's a physical presence to it, a physical height or depth to it, you won't be able to do that effect. It will just be too obvious what it is. And I wanted something that was much more subtle than that. And that meant just kind of sneaking it in there where there wasn't any actual freehand at all. Some of that is sculpted in here, and we've obviously we've followed that, but then we made our changes to it, of course. And just was never a huge fan of sculpted in freehand. I understand why it's done. Oh, with the Song of Ice and Fire figures, that's right. All the freehand was sculpted in there. There was almost no chance to do freehand. But it made sense why the whole idea was it's supposed to be a much easier thing for people to be able to not have to assemble and paint. The whole idea was that you could have a pretty nicely painted army out there in a very rapid period of time because you weren't having to assemble figures. There were some downsides to it. Everything kind of comes with a cost. There's pluses and minuses to everything. There's some minuses to not having sculpted on freehand. Again, it makes it that much more difficult for somebody that maybe is not someone who does freehand all the time or at all to try and have some snazzy designs. Did I? No, I never did get that dark down. We have to think about something on the base here. I was thinking of that's again gonna be something we'll do some cybernetic type things, but I wanted to make sure all of this stuff was done first because you can see I'm sticking my hand on that. I was really hoping to have all of this stuff out of the way first. Maybe that was a little more than I wanted to right there. Doing the same thing here again. A lot of cleanup and some separation here of these shapes. So I think, did we do it? No, we did not do all of these yet. Not yet. We sorted that one. We haven't really done this part here. Clean up aisle 7. Also something there. Okay. Alright, get to that. Now as far as the chess set goes, the chess set Guinevere looks much more like this one. The Nimue in the chess set also looks very different. She's got Excalibur, and also too the chess set figures. They're just going to be a little more beefy in general because of well, they're not going to be printed as large as this. Like not even close. Maybe only half this size. As it's going to be one heck of a chess set. Oh, my big. Let me get the other side of that. Get almost like a little bit of a shadow side to some of these. Whoa. Almost fumbled that one. Okay, and now we get some of that here. You know what? I'm going to get some of this darker brown on here. Let's do that. There. Make that darker too. Maybe even hit this a bit more. That too. Now, you know, actually, we got a whole bunch of dark on that here. We got to somewhat lighten the other side of it here, though. I'm going to try this. Very much kind of a violet grayish skin tone. We don't want it to be too light. Lighter that is, the less glowy that looks up there. And we certainly don't want that. I might, just for funsies, I might actually take the Marion Street fluorescent blue, not the manganese blue. Here, let me try it. Get rid of all this. I think it's gonna not be too hard to reach. There it is. Man, we still got a bunch of this left. This is very green, even more green than our manganese blue. For whatever, I kept thinking they're the same. See, it doesn't give me a pigment number there. It doesn't do that. So, I don't know. That is so darn cool. You know, I'm gonna just do it. What the heck? Let's just see these two side by side here. I swear they're the same. Well, see you later there, Irid. Again, I'm glad that you had yourself a nice stream. Oh, that's darker. Okay, so this is lighter than the manganese blue. So have a good night there, Irid. And next Friday, Saturday, right? And well, I think you're going to be doing jewelry streams, especially after your. I was almost about to say ill-gotten gains, but they're not ill-gotten. They're justified. But all of your trophies there, yes, all of your trophies and treasures. I think you're going to be doing a lot of jewelry streams now. So see you later there, Irid. I'm kind of doing that super gentle dry brushy stuff on here. And again, that's with the fluorescent blue. Super translucent. Again, like the Indian yellow. But and again, I can always come back with the fast cement weight if we do too much of this. But kind of liking what I'm seeing there. I'm gonna start doing some of that out here now. Over here. So that hopefully what that's doing is again tinting some stuff here with that's a dry brush, but it's very much wet paint. It's not a glaze. It looks like a glaze, not a glaze. That is most definitely not a glaze. Mm-mm. Go and get some on this side, like you do here. And now a little bit over the top of that, maybe. Refresh. Can't just dry brushing some of that. I almost said manganese blue. Nope, that is the floral blue that's going on top of some of this stuff here. Hit you too. Some more of that up here. Ah, definitely on the hair. And then, oh, whoops. Where's that brush going? What are you doing there? You're going all over the place. I might have to get some more of the lighter blue over here, though. First, gonna hit it with the dry brush of the floral blue. Let me grab this. Some of the white. Because this around the outside, I completely, we haven't done hardly anything on that at all. Let's get a little bit more going on with that. Much better. I'm gonna try some more of the lighter stuff here. All right. Get rid of some of that. Now, where's the brush I was using? I think it was this one. Doing that here. Now these are gonna be tricksy up here. Going to be a little tricksy. Gonna try to get as much of that sort of floral blue in there as I can. Let me try to approach it from this side. I think that's a little easier if I do that. So see now our glow, right, is not quite so overpowering everywhere, especially further away. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the YouTube channel. Again, the Linseed Fellowship. You want to see the earlier portions of this. The only way you're going to be able to do that, get yourself over to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. You do the subscribe thing. I believe the latest, well, it was Mordred. I think now it maybe is like one of our busts or something. Like maybe the Morgan Le Fay bust or something is the new vid that's up there. Obviously, our Nimue from last night and our Gwenny from tonight. Those will be up there soon enough. Probably in the next week-ish, something like that. About every 3 days tops. There's a new one of our Twitch sessions that gets brought up there. Let me. Nah, yeah, I'm gonna. Nah, I better get this stuff out of here. I don't want that just sitting on that. So the floral blue here, I have to say, I'm kind of liking the influence that that it has. Again, as I know people, they'll get the fluoros and they won't really quite think of how the best way to use them is. They'll try to use them like regular paint. These are not like regular paint. These are like Indian yellow. Indian yellow gets combined with some kind of lighter opaque color, or it gets used on its own in this same kind of tinting dry brush fashion. That's how you got to use them. You are not just gonna like, oh, I'm just gonna paint this and it's gonna cover. Nope, it's not. Not that type of color, not that type of paint. Not what it was ever meant for. And again, for folks used to the acrylic stuff, that can be, cause a little bit of angst early on. You have to kind of get past that, and I know it's not the easiest thing. Like that, see how that's kind of turned a little bit greenish there. But and of course, we all have expectations. We all think, well, gee whiz, we should learn this faster. I mean, hey, the blender stuff. I was not expecting to run into that snag that I did as I'm literally filming it. For you're most likely, unless you're like filming it or streaming it, you're not going to really have witness to disaster. You will not be recording it for posterity. You're just going to be, oh, okay, that didn't work, and nobody's none the wiser. That's kind of one of the reasons why I do those type of tutorials so that people maybe feel like, you know what? Okay, if it didn't go the way I wanted it to, that is literally not the worst thing in the world. It's not the end of the universe. Because boy, oh boy, I've certainly seen that. Where for folks, again, something goes a little sideways. That is world ending, and they just won't try something again, which is unfortunate. Because again, kind of you lose out on some fun, some opportunities. There should still be some source light stuff happening over here. Even though I do want to get some of the cyber type elements. You know what? I'm going to try this. I haven't actually done any of the floral paint with our... Ooh, now we're talking. Maybe that's what I needed to do. Get a little bit of this in here. That is interesting. Tone you down in there. Perhaps even a little bit of a cast shadow there. Could be interesting. Try to do a little bit of trying to buff out some of the paint there. Let me go back to the latest stuff one more time. Expert mistake causers, right, Tifu? Yes, I count myself. I have a doctorate in screwing up, right, Tifu? I have multiple degrees in screwing things up. Just think, if you got multiple degrees in screwing things up, you probably also have multiple degrees in fixing things up too. Makes you very resilient, right, Tifu? Somewhere we still got to find that Latin phrase. Something like constant failure yields eternal success. Something along those lines. It was something like that. Or through failure, success. I think maybe that's what it was. Through failure, success. I think of it, the bas reliefs was all failure. Yeah, there you go. Through failure, success. I mean, the bas reliefs were 100% failure. I was not trying to make bas reliefs. I was trying to make something else. To the point where I was getting very frustrated. I'm like, I don't want this. I don't want this. And everybody was like, oh, yeah, maybe I do. Let's see. I do believe I have more than once been referred to as the MacGyver of miniature painting. Essentially, taking a couple of pieces of scotch tape, a couple of raisins, maybe a, I don't know, maybe a pop can top or something like that, and you build a nuclear reactor out of it. That was pretty much my role in miniature painting, is to get to be the MacGyver of miniature painting. Take whatever junk is lying around and making something out of it. I will lighten up that a little more. Maybe that too on the side of it, and this as well. Come on, a little extra light right there. And then perhaps here too. Again, a bit of a, say, like a cast shadow there. You know what? That schnoz should get some more light then. That's going to happen. Yeah, oh, there we go. Maybe take that away too. Yeah. I was kind of hoping to keep that there, but it makes more sense with that not being there. Now Tifu, ooh, Severus Blue. That was another one. Severus Blue isn't that. That's not quite so expensive. It's not one of the Doomsday colors. Let me put you right in there. Couple extra lights through, and again on the side of the face. Lighten you up and lighten that up a bit. Might even. Okay, yeah, well, that's definitely starting to really give the connotation of a cast shadow on her face. So Tifu, and we've got this in the alkyd and non-alkyd version. Naples yellow. That's well, of course it has pigment red 101 in there. Of course, every color has pigment red 101 in there. It's kind of like that's a legal thing there. Every color must have pigment red 101. But yeah, Naples yellow is another that was a little fun discovery. I think there's actually a tutorial vid there, Tifu, that oh, it was the Zygomores. There's one of the Zygomores, no white. We only use Naples yellow. And of course, that was not the alkyd Naples yellow. That was the genuine article. And of course, Camda. Yeah, I'm glad. I figured it was you that had that the biazimuth there, Camda. My apologies for just not knowing, like, for sure. Let me try to go a little bit lighter here on this, on the lips there. I think we got it. I think so. Hey there, Grand Oracle. Great to see you. Great to see you there, Grand Oracle. Again, Grant, I don't know if you've been lurking and you heard the whole story of the first Blender tutorial and the whole image-to-stl.com discovery there. Yeah, I don't think we'll be using that in minimal ways. I certainly won't be trying it the way I was using it to create the dice facings again. It worked really well for that until, well, it didn't. So yeah, I don't think we'll be seeing that anymore. Yeah, sometimes you try something and then you say, okay, that's no good. We'll have to do that in a different way. But I found it out basically live on camera. We'll see you later there, Grand Orc, and of course, here's hoping that we see you on Monday. Again, I'm going to try for that earlier start. Again, just for the folks on the East Coast and stuff, or Eastern Time Zone, they really never get a chance to do much hanging out here. So I thought it would be nice for them. Again, the stream anniversary number 6, Grand Oracle. Can you believe it? Yeah. Armored Wolf says, you kidding me? Again, Armored Wolf, bestest moderator on the Twitches, been here all 6 of those years, which is why, as far as Necronomicon exposure, Armored Wolf exceeds any safe human levels. Yeah, so yeah, Armored Wolf has been thoroughly tainted by the Necronomicon here. Nice to see you there, Symes. Happy Sunday. Here's hopes that Sunday is off to a fabulous start for you. I'm gonna take a little touch of that off of there. A little bit more of the there we go. Some of the floral blue in here. And of course, thanks to everybody. There's some folks that have been there pretty much all 6 of those years. And we really, again, appreciate all the support over those years. That's been essential for, again, in crazy times and crazier times. Just think of all of the developments that have happened in those 6 years. Think about it, Grand Oracle. When I first started streaming, I was not sure if I was ever actually going to be able to 3D print because I could not get the stupid thing to work. And I for sure thought, maybe this is just not going to work out. Maybe it's not for me. Things might have changed just a teensy bit since then, wouldn't you say, Grand Oracle? I mean, just slightly. A tiny bit. I'm going to try this little combo here of the manganese and some of our... Okay, let's go back to the floral stuff now. That might just do it there, okay. In fact, I'm gonna hit that with more of the blue. I have to say, I'm kind of liking this. Yeah, this is just the old Marion Street floral blue here. I might. I spy with my little eye a little something, something here that we might also tone down with that. Now over here, I was. Yeah, we've. Oh, that's what we want to do. I knew. Yeah, this here. And I'm also gonna go over some of this, because the idea is that that kind of sets it back and makes it almost part of the cloth, as opposed to superimposed on the cloth. So the Atifu over, well, Egyptian violet, of course, right? Right, Grand Oracle. Egyptian violet is the king of violets. Everything else is just purple. It is also one of the slowest drying colors known to humankind, next to Williamsburg Indian yellow. Yeah, of course. Okay, yeah, that has definitely softened down some of that. Let me try. Nope, I'm gonna do that instead. Uh, it we call that like a hyper staining color there, or a super staining color. That and Indian yellow, and of course that's the Williamsburg version. The Indian yellow of, say, the Alkids or whatever, that is not by any stretch of the, not even close to a super staining color. Now, oh, in the Grand Oracle, gee whiz, yeah, that's right. Okay, so we brought out the Indanthrone. This is the Indanthrone versus Indanthren. Hopefully I didn't lose place. Nope, that's not it. There we go. This does not have safflower oil in it like the Richardson stuff does, as we suspected all along. And again, this is, and it also comes out of the tube much thicker, almost more like an alkyd. It's not an alkyd, but again, that's safflower oil. That is sneaky, cheeky stuff. It travels. Yeah, it can travel for sure. Tifu. Trying to sneak in again. This got more. It doesn't necessarily show up a ton on screen, but this is very much more of a reddish blue. So this is kind of like a souped up ultramarine blue here. And I would imagine, given the lack of safflower oil, this is going to dry also nice and matte. Well, it ought to anyways. This is now. This is kind of the last thing I definitely wanted to get to here. And I'm gonna do this in the blue here. It's like some filigree stuff. Instead of gold, I'm gonna do that in our blue. We'll do this, and then we're gonna dry brush some of the floral blue over the top of it, because reasons. Get you in there. Continuing this way. All the way around. Maybe not that much. Well, looky there. We got ourselves a blending brush to take some of that away. Hit it again. And now I think we got that set a little more. Alright, let's try this some again. Lighter there. Try it this way. And we're doing this now again. Okay. Lighter. Not everywhere. Lighter in some places. Alright, let me do this here. Yeah. Okay, yeah. And we're here. And that. And yeah, I do this right here. Fine with a little extra little light on that. Maybe. Might be coming back, and who knows, maybe we take away some of that with our blackest black. Not blackest black first. Come on. Oh, closer to that edge. So again, a little quick little programming note. We are going to be streaming the fabulous Wapilius Spellbrush Cyber version on our next stream. That's Monday. That'll be our stream anniversary. 6 years worth. Many thousands of hours of streaming. That's for sure. So it's just crazy to think it's been that long. And how the oil paints have changed over the course of that time. They've changed massively. The irony is some of the very first oil paints I ever used on stream were alkyds. I just didn't know it because somehow MiG Ammo was able to get away with not actually having alkyds listed on the labels there. Don't know how, but they did not have it listed, so I was not aware. If had I known that, things would have been way different. Alright, I'm gonna maybe grab this guy here, and we're gonna try and do some, again, some final brushing of that floral blue over the top of this here. One last task to do here. Super, super light brush stroke, of course. Maybe even darken it down somewhere with some manganese blue. This is what we've been doing on a lot of the plinths and bases for our Arthurians. Might even go a little further. How's about maybe some of the Prussian blue? Wow, okay, that's That's gonna really be a dry brush because okay, we gotta get a little thinner in there to reactivate that. There we go. Now we got it. Okay. Now I think we're good to roll here. Nothing more there. So again, I want to thank everybody for all the bits and the subs and the follows, the cheers. We had some raids as well. Here he is. So again, next stream, our Saber Wapelius and Kata. Basically every single stream, all 6 years. Do I have one of the old ones? I don't know if I have one of the old ones easily available here. No, that's not one. That is not one. But you can see that's the very first one. Where? See that there? That's the very first Wapelius spell brush. And we have painted one every stream anniversary since then, every year. I think this is like the fourth different Wapelius now, maybe. Yeah, I think it's the fourth different Wapelius now. Well, I think now we're going to head on over to Pascal because now it is 5 hours we've been doing this here. And again, there is our Cyber Guinevere, the well, basically, technically the original version. And again, we will be doing this one, which is again kind of the character is a little bit more of a dark connotation there. So see you later there, Tifu. See you later there, Camda. Thanks again. I'm going to get the raid countdown here underway to head on over to Pascal. So thanks again, everybody. Appreciate it, and I will see you guys on Monday.